Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. It is Saturday, sometime at or around 2 p.m., and that means it is time for some dungeons and some dragons, of which are in very limited supply in this campaign. But, that's what the book says. Anyway, it's really cold and I'm tired, so tea.
Yes.
But with that major announcement out of the way, I am excited to get to this game now that I am finally ready.
Spend it all in combat.
Yeah, we're gonna hopefully it won't all be combat. We'll see. It should be interesting. I'm hoping it's interesting. Yeah, let's see. I don't think there's any major announcements this week just yet. Normal schedule from what I understand, so you can find that down in the schedule section. Last I was told, we will be having an episode of Star Trek this week, but that's usually what I'm told, so we'll see.
I hope you have it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what's happening because it should be big.
Well, it's like
and
you seem to
hopefully
enjoy
entertaining.
it.
I do enjoy it when it actually happens.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's why it's like you seem to enjoy it, so I hope you have it.
Yeah. So keep an eye out on Twitter and Discord as to that announcement, probably sometime on or around Tuesday at 7 p.m. US Eastern. Monday we usually do XCOM, which is fun. Missed last week because I was super tired. But hopefully we'll get back to it because I think we have a black site to hit. Wednesday we have Wednesday world building. Thursday we also hang out and do some Hades if you wanna join us for that. And I don't believe I will be on a DM Chronicles episode this Thursday, unless he calls me in. We'll see.
Super close on Hades though. That was.
We got so close on Hades. That was so disappointing.
Yeah,
hard
I
fought
saw
battle.
that.
Hard fought battle.
So
the
close.
only major announcement for this week is that we won't be here next week. Unfortunately, we have some scheduling conflicts, and quite frankly, we'll be getting into a whole new province of the game, so I'm taking those scheduling conflicts and giving me some more time to make sure I have everything detailed and fleshed out and have an exciting adventure to go forward. So we will not be here next Saturday. That is, what, the 1st? Yeah, the 1st.
Yeah, May 1st.
Yep, May 1st. But we will, unless anything unusual happens, be back on the following Saturday, and normal scheduling otherwise on this channel should apply. That's about all I have. Stay tuned for podcasts if any of you out there prefer simply audio. I am very slowly working through converting video to audio, but I'm being consumer friendly about it and taking out the break in the middle.
Pauses.
Oh, good.
Yeah, which doesn't take a lot of time to edit, but it does take a whole lot of time to re-render it back down because it's still a 5-hour episode, and I'm taking a 10-minute chunk out of it. So I get about maybe one of those done a day that I work on it, and sometimes I don't work on it any day. So soon, once I get, I'm not waiting to get all of them done, just a backlog of them, and then I'll start getting some podcasts up. So look out for that. Look out for the announcement for that. Otherwise, we are on Discord and Twitter. Follow the links below. Follow us. Join our community. Talk to us. Say hi. Engage in the various questions I post. And we're affiliate. So we have a cool cup down there underneath Taylor. Between Christian and Arlene, so you can throw some bits our way if you would like to cheer our cast on for all the amazing things that they do, or otherwise cheer against them and all the amazing things I do to drive them crazy. Well, we'll see what you guys prefer. If you like me tormenting them, or if you actually like them succeeding. So let me know by throwing tips in our cup.
Those are not mutually exclusive things.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. Yeah, you can root for both sides. In fact, I encourage it. And of course, we have a Patreon if you like what we're doing, if you want to support the channel and see the channel grow. I'm excited for a lot of things to come. I am actively working on a cyberpunk mini adventure. We'll see if I ever get to run it, but I am working on it. So if that sounds interesting to you, it will either at some point replace what we're doing here for just a few weeks at a time, which I know most of these people would not be happy for, or if the channel grows. Okay.
I like both.
Yeah.
Or
like, why do you keep assuming we're fantasy specific?
Because I keep trying to convince you guys to do something else, and you're like, no, D&D.
Well, I mean, we're invested in this story, Jack.
Yes, which I do take as a compliment. So I don't want to derail this campaign for something else.
Yet.
So if we get to a point where we can where a full second show makes sense for me, financially, production wise, I would love to do it. So if you would like to help out the channel, that would be awesome. And there will be new stuff as a reward on top of all the other Patreon stuff like after shows and codex entries and yada yada. Go check it out. Anyway, we are late, and I am pretty sure these guys actually want to play this game, so we should get on to that. I think that's as much rambling as I really need to do. Okay, so how's everybody today? Let's go around and introduce our cast. Of course, keep it short and simple, and we can get going. But just say hello, everybody, starting at the top where we always do with Taylor. Hello.
Hi, I play Aquila, the Goliath Bloodhunter of the Lycan Order.
All right. Steven is next. Hello.
Hello. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock of the Far One Zadok.
Of course, that brings us to the first of our Tempest twins, Arlene.
Hi, I'm Arlene. My character is Tali, an orphan wood elf Tempest cleric.
Always an important distinction.
Yes.
We have Christian back this week, which is awesome. Hello, Christian.
What's up, y'all?
Yay! Yeah.
Yeah, I play Shael'uah, the tiefling wildheart druid.
Circle of the Wildheart being one of my own creations, which will eventually be released somewhere at some time for something. He's pretty much playtesting it. Just make sure it all seems right. We'll see, because we'll see how ridiculous it may be in the ensuing combat. He promises shenanigans. Next, of course, and to round us out, the other half of our Tempest twins. Hello, Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and I play Sevgi, and she's a human sorcerer.
All right. Yeah.
You also used to be a fish.
I was a fish.
Very, very
you were
briefly.
found in the swamp.
Mm-hmm. Not at the same time. Not a swamp fish.
Yeah.
And of course, hello, I am Jack. I am the DM. I pull all the strings in the background and generally drive these people crazy. So, let's recap, and we can jump into what is going on, because last session, amongst other things, we had a murder mystery on this boat, culminating in some sort of ghostly spirit figure. But before we get to that, let's surmise what happened. So where did we leave off, or where did we start off last Saturday? And what happened?
Start off.
Can't help you with this one.
Nope.
Where did we start off?
We started off being invited to dinner with the captain.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Eba. Eba. Okay, I did.
Got it right the first time.
I kept spelling it wrong because I was pronouncing it Eva, and now I think I'm still pronouncing it wrong. Eba invited us to dinner. Well, Hakib invited us on behalf of. So we went to her cabin that night, which was slightly cramped because, it was really a table just designed probably for her to eat, maybe with one or two people, not our entire party. Eba, Hakib, and the navigator, whose name I can't think of right now.
Lythia.
Ilithia.
Ilithia. Ilithia and God damn it, brain. Cleva went off basically to the side to talk druid things in Sylvan,
Druid business.
so that Aquila couldn't eavesdrop. While the rest of us came to the understanding that none of us saw shit from anyone else. Nothing happened. No one saw anything. We're all good friends here.
No one will see anything.
Yes, that pretty much everyone in the room could go to jail if anyone opened their damn mouth. So we're all friends in it's people not being happy about us, which is great actually. Ander, for one, loves being on this ship. It's a very open, welcoming place, and he is happy about it. But obviously, we had the druid. Turns out Hakib is probably a sorcerer of some kind.
Hakaib.
Hakaib.
Chibi.
Chibi.
It will always be Chibi.
All right.
Hakaib is probably a sorcerer of some point, or at least has the potential there. Sounds like he's trying not to use it because, as with emotion and magic combining, bad things can happen if you don't have control over it. Like shooting your friends in the back.
That was in full control.
Every chance I get.
She was in full control of herself.
It's like you were in the way.
Do you see the
goals.
face? I'm laughing. It's fine.
How dare you? You can do that to me. Stop doing it to Sevgi.
If I was mad about it, I wouldn't bring it up because it's funny as hell.
That is true,
funny.
actually.
It's fun getting a reaction.
True.
So he tried to kind of engage Sevgi some on that, and hopefully we will get to see that later. A conversation about being weirdo magic users.
Sorcery.
The biggest weirdo.
I just was reading her shirt. It literally was just weirdo at the bottom of Sevgi's screen that I could see. So
That's true.
it's in my head.
That's fair.
And Eva told us how she got the ship and the fun little toy she found with it, which was
the gun?
The blunderbuss, basically.
Yeah.
That she demoed by just firing a shot off into the air outside the ship, which is real funny considering she only has so many of those and doesn't know how to make more rounds for it. So
and it is a pistol.
Powder is a highly controlled substance.
It is a pistol blunderbuss.
Okay.
It's not like a full rifle blunderbuss.
Okay.
Well,
I thought a blunderbuss was kind of in the middle between a rifle and a
Yeah, it's kind of a carbine,
depends.
but they did make like single hand pistol blunderbusses.
Yeah,
That's what
I mean
she's got.
they're single shot.
You mentioned the trumpetiness of it,
Yeah.
which I associated more with, and I think it put out shot style, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like it was a spread.
Yeah.
So,
Didn't have rifling.
so I appreciate the showiness of that. Just fuck it, it's fun.
Well,
yeah,
when
so-
Ilithia can cast spells that do more damage more reliably than a firearm, it's really just a toy.
I appreciate that viewpoint from her. I thought that was great.
Yeah, it was. It's fantastic.
Eva is quickly climbing up my favorite NPCs list. Not that I'm surprised. I saw that coming. But so like I said, we had a conversation about how kind of everyone or at least everyone in the room's backstory and why, for whatever reason, they're kind of out on the water. And came to the conclusion that yes, we all have an understanding, and no one's gonna rat anyone else out. And after that, we had a very nice dinner and some drinks.
Hakaib invited us all to a strip club.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
it did.
yeah, we're going to a strip club when we get to Sunket.
A gentleman's club for gentlemen.
It's a
Yes.
strip club.
If you
Gentlemen,
have to
Oh,
have
what?
gentleman in the title, you're compensating for something.
Thank you.
either way, it sounds like it's gonna be a hoot.
Yeah. No, it sounds fun, but it's one of those. It's like, let's be honest about what it is. It's a strip club. Which, I mean, honestly, Aquila has no problems with.
And it sounds like a place where Hakaib is going to be incredibly entertaining.
His mini's not wearing a shirt.
Nope.
His,
Hakeem doesn't
his
wear
mini is
shirts.
posing.
Yep.
His
Yeah.
mini is very much posing.
So after that, we went to bed. Next day, or next thing
Days
that happened
later.
that was worth noticing, was I forget who spotted it, but a ship kind of out
Oh god,
on
yeah.
the horizon. That's I forget if it was moving erratically or if it was just the guy looking over the side, running back and forth like he was
It was
trying to
both,
spot.
Both
probably.
of those.
Mhm.
It was
Yeah.
moving funky too.
Yeah, everything about it was a little weird. And then we saw something under the water go real fast.
Yep.
Big.
And it turns out it's our old friend, the war turtle.
War
The
turtle.
Yep, the
Turgenita?
Tojanita.
Tojanita.
But it's a war turtle.
The
War turtle.
That's the ways.
the massive elemental demon turtle thingy with the weird claw map. Yeah.
Yeah.
That just jumped
Wrecked
out
that
and
ship.
ruined that other ship's day and the days of everyone on board.
Yep.
And we got the fuck out of there.
Yes. Ebo was not playing with that. She was already turning the wheel, and I think everyone on board was in agreement.
We used wind magic to make the boat go faster.
Mhm.
It's true, yeah.
I think everyone realized to that day that we're not storybook heroes. Nope. They were on that other ship was on its own.
Yeah, we decided to GTFO.
And
Hey.
to point out, when you first saw that creature, it was significantly smaller.
Yes,
Yes.
it got big.
Mhm.
It's like, well, that's not comforting at all.
That was about a year ago.
Yeah.
Remember, discretion is the better part of valor.
I didn't know we were valorious to begin with.
After that, we found a castaway / shipwreck victim, old
Yeah.
man clinging to a piece of wood. Which
And I decided to save him.
yeah, unfortunately he was still alive. I know Ander had the same thought that Eba had of damn. All right, we can't leave him, but I was really hoping he was going to be dead already. I don't want to leave him, but at the same time, I really don't want to bother with that after the way this trip has gone.
And then there was that terrible moment of the cook cutting off his Ignatius, that's right, his name is Ignatius, cutting off his foot.
Mm-hmm.
And joking, maybe not joking about foot soup.
Yeah, at which point we were very much like, nope, we ain't eating that tonight.
It's like the say psych right now kind of situation.
But we got he survived. We got him on board. He seems to be recuperating. Still not really with it, but God knows how fried his brain's been.
Heat stroke will do that to you.
Yeah.
Though shortly after that, we had our first sailor go missing, and at the time it was missing. All we knew is he was supposed to report for his shift, never did. No one can find him, and there's not that many places for someone to go on a boat, as it turns out. Other than the Assumption was off.
Which, still could be still could be a possibility.
Which was a very reasonable possibility at first, when the first person disappeared.
Yeah.
Drink, as I believe was mentioned, they're a bunch of drunken idiots. Not unheard of for someone to tie one on and fall over the railing.
Yeah, basically once the second one disappeared, we're like, nope, shit's going down.
Yeah, I believe the next night, the same thing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, first that next day was when Aquila used the grim psychometry on the ship.
I found out the history of the ship. Don't ask me to recount it. This is my fourth cider.
See, I have that there was a person in chains and like and there's like mercenaries on the ship with the crew, and there was an explosion, and there were only 2 survivors, but you're not sure exactly who the survivors were.
Nope.
And you
The
had some
ship wasn't
names
sure.
that the ship wasn't sure who the survivors were
Well,
'cause
yeah,
it's
I
the
was
ship.
channeling the ship.
Yeah, and you got some names that mostly
Yes.
got down, but not
I
really
remember
important right now.
Captain Gilliard.
And yeah, his name was carved on the box with the gun.
Yes. Oh wait, I do have my notes right here. And there was Peridot and Navarre and Zeke. Those were the mercenaries and Old Stampy.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that one? And Petey and Benny.
Yes.
Cool. Got those. And something about an albatross. And a blue orb. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have things written down.
Things I wrote at least 4 years ago.
Because grim psychometry, it pulls shit up.
So DMs out there, take good notes of your previous adventures because it's always real rewarding to bring them back 4 years later out of nowhere. And yes, then the second sailor was found disappeared. Yeah.
Emo went missing.
Can't be found if you're disappeared.
Yeah. At which point we decided, okay, something is going on. I think that was when we started going all out on the search. And Tali was the one who saw the. Yeah.
The weirdness.
Yeah, Tali saw one of the sailors start walking towards the kitchen.
Yeah.
And then the pure horror as they slice their own throat.
Yeah. That was rough.
That's gonna haunt your dreams.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Tali didn't sleep, but if she had, she wouldn't have anymore.
Oh god, that's right. You don't sleep.
Not if she can help it.
Yeah, because
which most times she can.
Too many bad experiences with sleep. Tali was like,
You've
not
had
for
literally
me.
2 experiences
Not
with
for
sleep.
me. 2 is enough. That's like 2 out of 2 right there. That's plenty. Nope.
0 stars, would not
cup of
recommend.
tea. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Tali like freaked out, was like, oh my god, Ander, get in here, because this guy is just like offed himself in his own throat. Ander asked where he was. He was at the front of the boat. Ander went to the front of the boat to investigate, kind of like asked the other deckhands what was going on. Tali used a detect evil and good, and there was like a little blip of undeadness like directly below her in the steerage, so she ran down to the steerage.
You tried to get Aquila to go down there first.
But then Aquila decided to stay with the body, so it's like, okay, that's fine.
Aquila can't fit down there.
And Aquila can't fit, yeah. So get down in steerage. She had to pass a charisma saving throw, which she did, luckily. And this like shadow thing tried to pass through her and like possess her, and that obviously didn't work. And she used sending to get Ander to get to the steerage like immediately. After that, the shadow went back above deck, so we tried to follow it up above deck, but couldn't find it. Then we got together with the rest of the group. What happened after that? Okay, Ander went to go tell Captain Eva what was going on, for update what was going on the ship. Aquila heard another like thud below deck, and so Aquila and Tali went down to see what was going on, and there was another dead body. Somebody killed themselves in the same way in the same place.
Not in the same way.
Had
no.
They didn't slit their throat. No, there was
same relative place.
There was no sign of really any damage. Aquila did sense a cold patch on the chest.
Gotcha.
Ghosty ghost.
I write that down. Okay, well I didn't write anything down.
I remember.
But Tali decided to just wake everybody up, have them all go above deck where we can see where everybody is, and they did not want to give up their weapons because they were freaking out, and we weren't able to convince them to give up their weapons. Then
Fine.
Tali all of a sudden, like right before her spell ended, got like
Which-
4 pings coming up to the top of the boat.
No.
Which was real funny because no
No.
one mentioned that. I was waiting for someone to tell them that, like, unless that's a magic weapon, it's not going to do any good.
Well, we didn't know we were going to go into a fight immediately after that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but just as a, like, it's
Eh.
ghosts, guys. Those knives aren't going to do shit other than
Yeah.
stab yourself with them.
It's like, unless they magic knives, you out of luck.
This was all going pretty fast paced anyway, too. So I don't think well, I mean, I didn't really think about it at the moment. So
Oh.
it's the 24th.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I brought my my magical badger along with us.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a
would've
magical
left-
badger?
No,
I was gonna be surprised if it was.
For all I know, druids eventually
my-
got magic weapons on their pets.
I know.
my
Like kitty
badger
cats.
took 7 levels in monk. Magical claws.
Or you have a spell that can give
magical
it magical claws.
You can get like metal claws installed onto her claws that are magic, like kitty caps, but the opposite of kitty caps.
Obviously, the opposite of kitty cats. Why are we talking about this? We should be fighting ghosty ghosts.
Trying to stall.
Yeah, so I think that about wraps up last week.
We still have to roll initiative, Tali.
Yep.
Just checking.
So let me actually.
So it's just a battle map?
This is not necessarily a battle map.
It's totally a battle map. Stop trying to hide it.
Okay.
Unless there's a way to talk the ghosts out of, fighting.
Which we probably
probably
won't
gonna be a
succeed
battle
at.
Yeah, why not?
Excuse me, Mr. Ghosts, can you leave, please?
You
And they're
assume
gonna
it's
be
a
like,
Mr.
oh, sure,
Ghost.
my bad. And
Your
they're
first
gonna.
mistake.
It's like, yo, can you stop killing people? That'd be awesome.
Right?
Okay, so
There's plenty of fish, so
to set the
kill some
scene.
of those
Ghost
instead.
fish.
To set the scene, it is sometime in the middle of the night. Sometime middle of the night between the 23rd and the 24th. Probably the 24th in the very early hours of the 24th. You guys have been on the boat for about 2 weeks now. So you've had plenty of time to get to know, of course, Iba, Hakaib, and Ilithia. But you also know in less detail and less levels of friendship various other members of the crew who mainly keep to themselves and are just doing their jobs day in, day out. And to varying degrees of competence. But these are people you've been around for 2 weeks now. It is also a fairly small boat. 80, 90 feet long, 20 feet wide. And top deck, one middle deck that is fairly open, and then steerage at the bottom. We find ourselves, everybody on the boat, I believe everybody save the old castaway, if I remember. Did you guys bring him up or leave him down in the...
He's still down there.
I think you left him
We
down
left
there.
him down. I mean, he's missing a
Well,
foot.
he's
Yeah,
half dead.
He's out of it,
he's out
so
of it anyway.
he's,
Yeah. So everybody but the old castaway is up on the top deck. By request of the party here, to keep an eye on everybody. Because they just found out that whatever these spirits are have the ability to possess. So it's in the middle of the night. It is... Actually, it's not a full moon yet, but just quite. So it is fairly bright out. I will be nice and say it is dim light instead of complete darkness, which I don't think is a problem for anybody but Aquila. Oh, and Sevgi. Yep.
Thank you.
Our human.
It's like, why you do this to me?
And the last thing the party noticed, at least Tali, though she has been calling out, was that she lost track of the one undead sense that she had from previously, the one that was down in steerage, managed to make its way up, floating through the floors and therefore beyond sight. And Tali kept track of this creature for a bit, and then it just disappeared. They rushed up top, and that is when Tali noticed 4 other undead presences moving upwards from the side of the ship. They are not yet visible, but getting to that point.
Hey, Tali, light me.
Oh yeah, sure, I can do that.
So you guys have just a few seconds, or at least you would assume, given Tali's warning of more undead, to do something. So, first of all, you are free to move your figures wherever you feel they would be on this on the top deck here, and then please click your figure and roll initiative.
And just for clarification, because I think we talked about it, but we were all just woken up.
Yes.
Sweet.
This is
I mean, we did have several of us did have a few minutes. It's like we did have a few minutes because you said we woke up with Tali screaming Ander.
Yeah, you've had a few minutes, and that is exact a few minutes, like 3 minutes, that which you've spent most of that time running back and forth chasing a ghost. But yes.
I don't know where Tali would be right now.
I mean, right there's fine then. God damn it, Jack.
Yeah.
God damn it, me.
Not bad. Right.
What? Why didn't it count? Oh, that's why it didn't count.
Did you not click the?
Apparently, it didn't count my thing.
I can plug it in.
Yeah, go ahead and do, because it doesn't matter. The only person I did better than was Ander. Look at the. It's like, look, you're used to bringing up the rear, though.
So, given that we had some time, could I, with my help, could I have taken that time to get Krishka's armor on?
It is
per the rules.
Right?
Medium armor takes 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. It says that's by yourself, obviously.
Sure.
Remember where the rule is.
With help, you cut it down. Of course, a badger or a wolverine can't put armor on itself, but it does. You have gone through the routine of doing this, so Shael'uah's not fighting you. Shael'uah knows when to lift the paw and to arch the back and yada yada. So Shael'uah is essentially helping you put on her own armor. So I'll give it to you. You have enough time for that. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I don't care so much that Shael'uah isn't wearing armor.
Yeah, that is another consideration, primarily for Aquila, if Taylor is still listening. That you were woken up in the middle of the night, and I believe there are penalties for sleeping in your armor. So I would assume most of you don't have much armor on.
Well, no, I think it's more that you just don't recover from like exhaustion and whatnot, isn't it? Because we've looked this up before.
Yeah, I think it is as simple as that.
So then, yeah, no, totally would, because, you know, we're expecting something at this point.
If you really think that's where Aquila's head is at, sure, but just remember it's super uncomfortable trying to sleep in armor.
Yeah, Aquila's paranoid enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I never said it was comfortable. It's just, it's like, yeah, she'd do it.
It doesn't matter, but the only other rules as written for sleeping in heavy or medium armor is you only regain a quarter of your spent hit dice as opposed to half.
Which, again, doesn't matter in this case
Yeah.
because hadn't spent any. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't want that. I just don't want it to come down as a precedence for, there's no penalty, so we'll do it anyway. It should be a role-playing
Yeah.
consideration as to
Yeah.
if you would realistically sleep in armor, which is super uncomfortable.
Yeah. No, it's like this isn't something that Aquila would do normally, but again, she was expecting something at this point. That's
Sure.
why they were doing the watches.
Yeah. No,
And
I'm with you.
especially after what happened with them being attacked in the middle of the night with Shael'uah.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
The rest of you, however, any armor?
Probably Talia because she was on watch.
You were on watch. You would have
Yeah.
had time to put it on. Yeah.
Same with
Cindy
Ander.
doesn't wear armor.
Right. You were on watch as well, so you can put on your grass.
Not to mention, I could have slept in mine just fine, considering.
Right, it's
Just
light.
grass.
Yeah.
And it's a weird grass, or it's a weird light armor, which is probably more comfortable than normal, I would
It's
imagine.
flesh.
Yep. Okay. Well, I think that is everybody but the baddies.
Yeah, I saw what you rolled.
Christian, Krushka goes on Shliva's initiative, right?
That is what your rules say, sir.
Let me add.
I mean, I can just remember that she goes at the same time.
Yeah. I'm not adding. I'm not adding her.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. You just remember when it's your turn. You play both your characters. Gonna make big ghosty and little ghosties.
Bad ghosties. They're all bad ghosties.
And for whatever it's worth to you, Jack, I only changed out one spell. I took out my 5th level ritual commune with nature, and I instead have a 4th level guardian of nature spell prepared. Sure. Everything else is still as it was.
Works for me.
Stop rolling so well.
For real.
This is initiative rolls. We don't care about initiative rolls.
Yeah.
I still don't want him to roll well.
Yeah, you want me to get all these 20s out of the way.
I just don't want you to roll well for this.
Oh.
Okay.
You know, when you're playing Hakaib and Eva and Alethea, yes, I want you to roll well.
Let's move us over to our battle cam.
Until they're possessed and killing us.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Anyway.
I mean, if they're killing me, then I'm doing something wrong.
And I should move. Let's zoom out a little bit.
Battle cam. We're on a boat.
All right. Good
boat.
enough. I don't know why that's not capturing all of this. I'll play around with that later. Okay. So all of you are in the positions you want to be. I believe we have everybody in initiative. Let me roll just a generic. In case it comes up, add the crew to the initiative. Okay. So, once again, it is the middle of the night, though the moon is quite large, quite bright. It is dim light, and that comes with the usual constraints on vision. if you don't have dark vision, of which I will flip to and clarify. There are a lot of people on the top deck of this boat. The crew is milling about. Many of them have daggers drawn. Daggers or short swords or clubs or just something small that they may have had on them. Many of them looking around frantically. A little bit of time goes by before Tali realizes that there is danger.
I did tell her to light me.
Yeah, I can do that. I light Akila's sword.
I'll say you can get that out before combat starts. Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So Aquila is now emitting, I always forget, 20 feet of light?
20.
I should know this by now, too.
20 feet of dim light, 20 feet of bright light, and 20 feet of dim light.
Gotcha.
So 2020.
So pretty much the whole boat at this point.
Enough of it. Yeah.
I mean, not quite, but. So, all of you
let me see things.
Stop and listen, because you don't have eyes on anything. Moving about, you can feel the tension in the air, weapons drawn, a few hushed commands from Iba, a few more hushed commands from Hakaib to the crew. The crew start to bunch up, and you can hear this real stifled, nervous, and mostly under their breath, sort of melodic singing of some sort, a song to keep them together, a shanty about being tough on the waves and returning home to see your wife and children. It's typical sea shanty singing, but hushed and low and probably just to rally everybody and keep them from freaking out. Iba at the helm over here. Actually, just move her up to the wheel. She is at the wheel. Ilithia to her side. Iba's looking out amongst the ship. Calls out, I don't see anybody. I don't know if we would. She just has the wheel. It's let me see what it's like out here. Oh boy. Okay.
Wait, it was pretty calm before. That was why I heard things.
Yeah. There is the wind is actually starting to pick up a bit. But that's about it. It looks like she is just readying herself, mainly up there on the quarterdeck, keeping an eye out, protecting the wheel, and more or less just getting herself ready. She hasn't actually pulled the gun, but she is just sort of surveying and keeping herself ready to move if she has to.
Wee ghosties.
Little ghosties.
How can we tell the difference?
Oh, you'll be able to tell the difference.
Oh my god, is there another one?
Yeah,
big
there's
ghosties
another
aren't on
one.
the battle map yet.
Yeah. Damn it.
At least it's big ghosty, like singular, not plural.
So. I know. I was like, God damn, the big ghosty hasn't shown up yet.
Now, Tali, your detect evil has faded at this point because you've been running up and about the ship for about 10 minutes. But as your sense left you, you did pick up that there were undead approaching. And, in fact, now you can see the lot of you looking out amongst the ship, rising from below the railing, from below the decks that you could see over, there are 4 spectral figures, 2 on each side. Barely visible, almost translucent, but enough for you to see. Rise up, incorporeal spirits. You can see that they kind of shiver. You don't expect that they're cold because they're dead, but they have that sort of twitchy, shivering movement to them. And their mouths are always agape, as if they're constantly gasping or screaming.
Do I recognize what those are?
Go ahead and make a religion check.
With advantage, because
Sure.
Bloodhunter?
Yeah.
Q. Nope. Okay, that's not a great start.
Yeah. They're incorporeal undead of some kind.
Yeah.
I think Akila made some kind of check last time.
I did, but you know, it's a new session.
Yeah, you did make a check last time. That was
good check, I think.
It was a fairly good check to try to identify what may be responsible.
Yes. That was without having seen them.
Right. Of which you knew that they had the capability of possessing.
Mm-hmm. Incorporeal. Shadowy.
Yeah. So that's about it. And really it would be quite difficult to tell one incorporeal undead from another unless there are distinguishing features.
I know. I think I was more annoyed that I got such a good roll with that one because I knew too little to do anything.
Yeah. So it could be any number of variety of ghost.
Mm-hmm.
These little ghosties are going to just move up and start engaging. You can hear coming from them. There's a low, airy wail to them, but it varies, as if it's almost melodic. Yeah, let's just move in and engage on the closest targets, really. So we're going to make some attacks here.
Right, main.
Every time we do combat, I say this, but I really need another screen. Okay, let's start at the top.
We don't do combat that often.
Yeah, we really don't. So let's start with the little ghosty attacking Akila. So it's going to move up. Reach out an arm towards you and just try to grasp at you.
I'm wearing the armor that I got. Well, I don't think they got me.
No, with the 7, they don't manage to get you. You pull back just in time. Not just in time. It's actually they were slow. But no connection with this ghost. On Tali, the same thing happening right beside Akila. Not in unison or any amount of coordination, but very similarly, this spectral figure reaches out and tries to grasp at Tali. Yeah, I got them all out of the way.
Yay!
All my good rolls out of the way. Let's go down to Ander.
Except when you're rolling our allies, roll well for them.
Ander with an 11 to hit, I don't think hits. Nope.
Yay!
Because you're at what, 12
opening
now?
round.
Yep.
and Sevgi.
I got one.
All right.
Oh my god, it's like those goblins in the trees.
It really is. It really is. Okay, so these ghosts rise out from beneath the waves, wherever they may have been, you're not sure. Rise up and start floating over, and the melodic gasping does seem to be somewhat coordinated, but they reach out in their twitchy forms and try to grasp at you. All of you, being seasoned adventurers, easily dodge out of the way.
We're all doing our matrix dodging.
Yep.
I imagine Andrew just trips over some rope on the deck and
Sure.
trying to right himself.
Come on,
the
we were
ghost,
gonna let you
the
be
ghost
cool.
misses him. It's not that cool.
I know, we were gonna let you be cool this time.
Cool is overrated. This is more fun.
I mean, we're a bunch of nerds playing Dungeons and Dragons, so yes, it is.
Actually, you know what? No, the big ghosty is going to do something.
Why?
Joy.
Ew.
Big Ghosty's not on the board. He doesn't get to do anything.
Yep.
We wish that was the case.
That's not fair.
No,
You're on
it's
the
not.
board, you don't exist. It's the rules.
He's on the board, we just can't see him.
To prove.
Because that happens a lot.
Toddler object permanence. If I can't see you, you don't exist.
Yep.
I
That's how it
wish
should
that
be,
counted.
You know? It's for combat.
Okay. The big ghosty is doing something, but it's not immediately noticeable. Shael'uah. I'll say you and
Yes.
Krushka have just run up this staircase here and are in this sort of covered area on the top deck.
Shael'uah's in a cupboard.
Ah, that's what this is. Understood. So do I see anything that is going on if I am inside a place?
I mean, you can lean out this doorway and see what's going on. Yeah. There's no windows here.
There's
This
also-
rectangle just in front of you is a table, and this one is
Probably
a
see that.
sort of cupboard.
Considering the ghost is like right here, she probably saw that.
Yeah,
too.
you have line of sight, sure, on the one attacking Tali.
It was here earlier, she probably saw it already.
Mm-hmm.
Problem with the problem with this character seems to happen consistently with me. So we end up in a fight immediately that is not my specialty.
I'll say that happened with Omen too, didn't it?
So
Okay.
Actually look at something real quick. I don't think. Yeah.
I am listening.
How high are the railings on the sides here? I remember we talked about this briefly when Dolphin and Shael'uah jumped onto the ship from the water.
Yeah, they're 4
high?
feet high. They're just above waist height.
Okay. So if I were to, if Krushka were to move into this square, would there be any cover or anything that this ghost thing gets?
No, they're not enough to apply a cover bonus because there are spaces between them, and also they're incorporeal.
Fair enough. Yeah, so Shael'uah is going to... I'm going to turn around to Krushka and tell her... My notes. I'm going to cast Beast Bond. I have a thing for this, but I'm not going to bog us down with it now. It is a concentration spell. Telepathic link doesn't really matter, but while the link is active, the beast gains advantage on attack rolls against any creature within 5 feet of me that I can see.
Okay.
So I'm going to cast that. Isn't a roll involved. I don't know why it does that. And I'm going to tell... Such a gross format I need to update. Yeah, and I am going to tell her... I'm going to run out this way. And have we established that I can move through allies as long as I don't stay there?
You can move through allies, but they count as difficult terrain.
Cool. Yes, I should be able to move there with my 30. Yeah.
Yep.
And as a bonus action, have Krushka attack the one that is engaged with Ander here.
All right.
Which you will do now.
Yes, and she has advantage because it's within 5 feet of you.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a crazy spell.
I do not, unfortunately, get pounce bonus. But yeah, Krushka is going to running towards the nearest spirit to her, with this aura around her from Shael'uah, and is going to attack with her claws. Make a claw attack. So a 23 to hit.
That'll work.
For 13 points of slashing damage. Non-magical.
Okay, we will call that number 3. You said 13?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And that is my turn.
You do, of course, notice that Akrushka does rise up, one claw on the railing, and is able to reach out and swipe at this spectral figure. And it does mainly go... Well, it does entirely go completely through this little ghosty, but there is a bit of a tearing and a dragging of its ethereal essence that takes a little longer to get back to its form. Obviously, it has resistance to non-magical physical damage. Okay. That brings us down to Hakaib. I think Hakaib is really doing everything he can to... At this point, because you guys have proven that you're quite competent. To this crew, you've proven that you're quite competent. He is actually just spending his time trying to keep everybody together, trying to rally the crew, make sure they're all paying attention. So he's going to instruct the crew to kind of get more forward away from these ghosts. But he is tending to everybody, and he is taking up this shanty and kind of trying to have it revitalize and keep the crew together, just keep them from freaking out, basically. Then we have Sevgi. Let's show Hakeeb how to be a sorcerer.
Okay. I guess I'll just I guess I'll just use my lightning cantrip for right now on the ghost in front of me.
Okay. That is a ranged spell attack, right? Ranged attacks do have disadvantage if you're firing while being harried in melee.
Why not? So I guess I'll just roll it twice since roll 20 is not working with me.
Right. Oh.
And
Oh. No, that worked. Yeah. That came through.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Came through.
Okay, an 18 will hit. And that rolls 2d8 lightning damage.
yes.
Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna take the first one, in which you rolled 2 8s on your 2d8.
Oh, it's 2d10, sorry.
2d.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, I do see that. It does say 2d10.
Yeah. But still, that's good.
Yeah, 18 will hit, and you do 16 points of lightning damage. That's awesome.
Nice.
Good job.
So you channel electricity, and the lightning bolt emblem at the top of your staff begins to shock, electricity bouncing off of it. And I'd imagine you just tilt your staff and just kind of thrust it in the direction of this ghost. It usually sends out a projectile. Oh, right, you rolled twice because it had disadvantage. And 11...
yeah.
I was getting ahead of myself. And 11... doesn't hit.
Aw.
You thrust it forward, and as... of course, you were expecting a lightning bolt to go out, and the ghost figure actually moves forward, the staff going through it, and the lightning bolt shoots straight out its back.
Okay.
Aw.
Unfortunate. I was just happy to see that you were able to roll, so I forgot about disadvantage.
I did wonder about that.
Yeah.
But I wasn't going to say anything.
I was gonna let it happen.
Yeah.
I know. I was like, wait, wasn't there disadvantage? And actually, I forgot that I had muted myself.
That brings us around to Holly.
Cool.
Be awesome.
I will. Let's see here. Because I know what spell I want to use. Did I write it? Yes, I put it in here. Perfect. I'm gonna use a Spirit Guardians at 3rd level.
Oh no.
Basically, anything within 15 feet of me gets
Including
damaged.
me?
No.
Well, I mean, I can designate whoever I want to be unaffected, so you're good.
Okay, then that's fine. Because it's like I'm standing right
Yeah.
next to you.
Says you can designate any number of creatures you see to be unaffected by it. So
Okay, that's fine.
I think that means that if there's any fish that I can't see under the water, they are affected by it. So sorry, fish.
You're more than 15 feet off the water, so you're fine. You don't need to worry about the fish.
Darn, no
Okay.
easy fishing.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, anything within 15 feet of me gets has to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 14.
Okay. That is just 15. Yeah, just those two specters. The first one, wisdom saving throw.
Yep. The ghosts aren't very wise.
The first one is a 16, and that was the one directly on you. The one in front of Aquila is only a 4, however.
Okay, so that's 3d8 radiant damage.
Nice.
Let me click.
So
No,
roll.
I think I have to roll myself. Okay, 3d8 radiante. Okay, there we go.
So that's
Roll.
the average source.
Wait, I already did that. Whoops. But that's 13.
Okay.
I don't know what this thing just did. Anyway, it was a 13 damage and half damage for the other one.
Okay. Let me jot that down because it does happen at the start of their turn. If they enter or begin their turn there.
Oh. Read that.
I doubt it will matter, but so that was
and it's also I think
half.
difficult terrain.
And difficult
Oh
terrain.
no,
Yeah.
it's
yeah, it's halved.
yeah, effective creature speed is halved in the area.
Yeah, effectively difficult.
That's difficult terrain.
Well,
whenever it enters the area, the first time it starts its turn there.
A flying ghost would not care about difficult terrain. This still affects a fly speed.
Yeah, I suppose that
is halved.
That's fair.
Yeah,
It's
true.
that distinction.
No, that's a fair distinction to make, Christian.
And I wouldn't have thought about that. So
you said it's a
Me neither.
15-foot radius around you for the Spirit Guardians. There we go. It's a big radius. Okay.
Oh man, it's just I can just take a step back and get or at least one more.
Yeah.
So it'll be cool. Do
I
that.
don't see any other one else's radius.
Tali, at the end of your turn, you're focused with trying to direct your spirit guardians. It doesn't take an action, but you encourage your spirit guardians to go out and attack these other spectral figures. And actually, what are these spirit guardians? What do they look like?
Does.
What's that?
Oh, like a little deer.
Little
Female deer.
Okay. Gotcha.
A doe, a female deer.
Yeah.
Got Ray. Drop
of golden sun.
As you are focusing on doing this, you hear the chanting, the shanty over to your side abruptly stutter as there is a thud on the ground where this figure has just
I told them
throat.
to watch each other. Dang it.
And
work on their listening skills.
And where he stands is a familiar figure to you, Tali.
Me?
The other larger, more imposing, shadowy spirit figure rises out of the corpse, the now fresh corpse, as blood begins to pool across the deck. The rest of the crew gasps, the song stopping mainly, as they all back up and react to this quite imposing, shadowy, smoky-like ghost rising from the newly slain crew member. But that brings us to Alethea.
Who's on the other end of the ship.
Yes, Alithia is on the other end of the ship. Her primary goal was simply protecting Iba after the last incident caused Iba to jump off of her own boat.
It makes sense.
Alithia I was really expecting that opening volley to be much worse. Let's see. I need... No, okay, perfect. Great.
Other than another monitor.
Right. There's not a lot of space up here.
Nope.
Nope. That's kind of the way ships are.
Yep.
Space is at a premium.
Not a lot of room to maneuver, so...
It's not enough room for activities.
Depends on the activity. Reading a book? Fine.
Alithia is going to... Is that there? That's not right. Yeah, not much that is going to really work at the moment. Not with what she has. So, she is going to... I'm on the wrong. Okay, no, that's interesting. No, that wouldn't help either. Ilithia is just going to... no, she needs to keep Iba. No, Iba can handle herself. 5, 10. She is going to rush down here. And up onto here. That's as far as she can get, pushing past a giant Wolverine and Ander. She uses both her movement to rush down and try to get into a better place to protect the crew, now that there is a visible large threat there. And Aquila is up now.
Oh. I don't suppose I can tell what that particular ghosty thing is.
That's the one you've more or less already rolled on. You can see it now.
Oh.
Given the roll you made previously, now that you can see it, it does look like it does have more form to it than a typical shadow would.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably a wraith.
Okay.
Of some variety, but wraiths don't usually possess.
Yes. That's okay. Yeah, that was more than I was honestly. No was an acceptable answer. This is better than I was expecting. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I've got one right in front of me, so I guess I'm going to first bonus action to do Crimson Rite and use the Rite of Flame.
Okay.
on one of my blades. So that brings me down 9 points since it is 9th level. But cool, I have fire damage now.
All right.
And then I'm gonna start swinging.
Okay. That's a bonus action, right? So you have 2 attacks.
Yep, I have 2 attacks, and that first one's a 23.
That'll hit.
That's 5 plus 5. It's all magic.
Okay.
And 21.
That'll also hit.
11.
Okay.
So that wasn't bad. That was 21 damage.
Oh yeah, that was very good. You can see as you send your flaming scimitar crisscrossing through the chest of this ghost-like entity, some of the spectral form does actually catch fire, begin burning away, pieces of its body being cast off into the ether as you finish both of your slices, and it does manage to just barely keep itself together.
Ooh, okay. That's good. I mean, for me, but that's it for my turn.
Okay.
Because I'm not moving right now.
Ander, you're rounding out the initiative. You're also muted.
Yes, I said as usual
Yeah.
on rounding out the initiative.
I mean, you didn't roll a 0 this time.
So, considering that one of the ghosts just very recently rushed him, and he very narrowly managed to dodge it, his first instinct is going to be Armor of Zadok.
Okay.
Oop. Cool, that got a little bit better.
Yeah, wow. 25 temp HP.
Yep.
And 25 damage if you're hit. That's how that works?
Mhm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, each time you're hit until that temp HP is gone.
That is awesome.
That's insane. It's a ridiculous
It's
spell.
awesome. There's a reason that he picked that spell.
Mm-hmm.
So
Good
yes, Andrew seeing the ghost coming at him, panic cast, and just the oil once again just, and he goes full venom.
Yeah, yeah.
Just fully encased in oily starlight.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
I have a expansion on it, but I'll save it for not right now. I want a better moment.
Okay. All right.
And yeah, that's going to be it for me this turn because that is a full action.
Okay.
And since it's a leveled spell, I can't do any bonus action stuff.
Eba, now, bringing us back to the top of the turn order, is going to... That's 5 feet. It's not going to work. Yeah. Everybody notices the wind start to pick up a little bit more. A breeze blows through the sails of the ship, and you can see the clouds above begin to darken as you look over, and Eva is grasping the black and gray cloth pendant around her neck. Her eyes are closed. She's looking up into... She's looking down, but reaching up into the air, swirling her hands about as clouds begin to form. Flicks and cracks of lightning begin to erupt in the sky. And she looks over and opens her eyes, looks over, and draws a lightning bolt down. I believe this hits in a 5-foot area. Yeah. Is going to bring a lightning bolt down over Yeah, down over here to hit these two specters.
Call lightning.
So that is, at this point...
Everyone's a Tempest Cleric.
That's 3d10 damage with a what is that, Dex save?
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
so. Look how
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
dodge lightning.
You can dodge lightning, you can dodge a ball.
Sure.
Thank you for making that joke.
The first one does manage to get itself mostly out of the way, though even on a success, it takes half damage.
It's just
The
first
lightning
one.
bolt is brought down, erupts actually before it hits the water, and spreads out a small shockwave enveloping both of these specters. The one in front of Keela, already quite damaged, fades out of existence as this electricity courses through it, and that one's gone. The other one is going to
Freeze me
take
up.
3d10, I think
Oh
it
yeah,
said.
because it has to.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm thinking of something else.
14
damage.
Half. If it made it save, it's half.
That's the one that failed.
Oh, okay. That.
Yeah.
Oh.
There was a success and
The other one-
failure. The one in front of you.
Okay. The other one was the one that died made the save.
Yes. Yeah, I think I said that wrong, but yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure I understand.
Yeah. No, I said those in reverse order. Number 2 rolled a 4.
Ah.
Yeah.
Tis fine. Tis fine.
So it does take full damage. Okay, that is her turn. Little ghosties again.
Wee ghosties.
They have to take damage from the spirit guardians at the start of their turn.
That
so.
one takes 7 damage because that's one that's already rolled for it, and the other one is dead. So, Tali, you can see as your little spectral deer do ram into this this ghost figure, and again send most of it just scattered into the ethereal. It is just barely flickering in and out of existence. It also has half movement at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
As long as its movement speed is half, as long as it's within the radius of
the area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, seeing that and how terribly they were able to engage with you guys last round, it does actually have enough movement to get over here and engage with Eva.
Attack of opportunity?
You both get attacks of opportunity and are probably going to tear
Yay.
through this thing.
We hope.
Does it not have to make another saving throw for the spirit guardians? Or is the same roll as last time count?
For leaving the area?
Nothing happens if you leave
starting
the
its
area.
turn in the area.
Yeah, I counted that from last time because when you cast it doesn't immediately do anything. It doesn't do anything until the start of their turn.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you did. All right.
Fair.
My bad. All right.
So let's attack.
Opportunity.
Yeah, opportunities are important. Must seize them.
It's 15 hit.
15 does hit.
Does a 13 hit?
13 does hit.
Oh. Okay. Then it's 10 damage from me.
Between the both of you, a sword coming down and slicing through its midsection and a hammer being brought down where its head would be. Between the both of that, it just scatters and disappears before it can get away.
Yeah. We're awesome.
Teamwork.
Woo! I love that we've got the martial fighters on one side of the boat and the magic people on the other side.
I think it's funny you think I'm a magical fighter.
I mean, no, I said magical people. You can turn into animals, you're magical.
There are only... right. Rising from the corpse of the newly slit throat crewman, another one of these specters floats up out of that body. And is going to engage Hakaib. Call that 5.
Doesn't even get a name. It's just a number.
Yep. These specters, man.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Well, they're new to being dead.
That is true. Yeah, you know, they're not all that... Shael'uah did get an attack off on this one, right? Not Shael'uah, Krushka.
Krushka did.
Ander.
Yeah, the Spectre is going to make an attack at Krushka.
No. With disadvantage?
Why would it have disadvantage?
Because Shael'uah's right there with the beast thing. Oh no, Krushka gets advantage. That's
yeah,
right.
Gets
Okay.
advantage. There's a good roll. Okay.
No.
Oh.
Krushka, no.
So Krushka takes 29 points of necrotic damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for her.
Oh.
And Krushka's hit point maximum is reduced by the same amount.
Until it finishes a long rest.
Yep. 29. Ah.
How dare you attack Krushka?
The other one on Sevgi is going to attempt the same thing. And we're back to rolling bad. All right.
I love it.
Okay, that's all of them. Now, the large one... Yeah, I should play that out a bit more. The Spectre that did hit, floating in front of Ander, not only did Krushka run up and make an attack against that Spectre, but Ander has just made himself far more imposing. The Spectre twists and shifts in the air and looks over at Krushka and lunges forward with its hands outstretched, again with that melodic gasping, and manages to get both hands on the shoulders of this large badger. And Krushka lets out a very sad animal cry, as you can see there's a slouching to Krushka's form. With all the fur, you can't see the blackened veins beginning to develop under her skin. But a significant amount of vitality was just drained from Krushka. Pretty much flops down to the deck and just manages to scrabble back up to her feet. But, whew, man, that hit hard.
Yeah, it was almost half her health.
Yeah, the other ones are either destroyed or flailing uselessly. And that will bring us to the big ghosty, the wraith of some sort, which is
come at us, bro.
Yeah, you say that.
It has to come through Tali's guardians if it comes at us.
Yeah, that is true. The Spectre moves down over here.
Yeah.
Just outside the radius of those spectral guardians. And is going to continue this melodic... It's less of a gasp from this creature. You can almost pick out distinct sounds and syllables, but it feels distant. It feels echoey. But this wraith is singing some sort of low dirge and is bellowing out for all to hear, and it sends a chill through each of you. This sound that it is creating disheartens you, a wave of terror, and less terror even than apathy and dejection and pointlessness wash over you. I need everybody 5, 10, 15, except for Eva, to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Really?
With a +7,
Wow.
man.
Yeah. Oh. You know, at least Sevgi's isn't so bad by comparison.
Okay. Keela, Tali, Ander, Shael'uah, Sevgi, and Krushka, I assume is the second. Yes, it says Krushka there. Cool.
Yeah, the one says Krushka.
Okay. Tali,
One that says Krushka.
Ander, and Sevgi. Tali, Ander, and Sevgi. I believe the rest of you made that. Yep. Tali, Ander, and Sevgi. For the next minute, you take a -2 penalty to wisdom saves and a -2 penalty to attack rolls and damage rolls.
Aw. Jerk.
Okay.
I was
That's a lie.
I was clicking in it to actually like type something, and I forget you can't actually type in it.
I know, it's okay. It was just funny.
Is that an actual effect or?
Ander's like, no, I don't.
No,
there's no specific condition.
No,
Okay.
it's not. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think it's a specific condition.
It's just a debuff.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was
specific.
So on your tokens, you can like set a reminder for yourself, or Jack can force a reminder. Like I've got a concentration spell up, so I have set on my token a little symbol, just so I remembered that it is an active effect.
Yeah, it was more just so I had the specifics of it. So it's -2 to wisdom saves and -2 to attack and damage rolls.
Yes. I will put a little skull on each of you that are affected.
Andrew should have a little icon for his venom bit.
He can keep track of that. Who did I say? Tali, Ander, and
Tali.
But not Tali.
Yeah, and Tali.
And Tali.
I refuse.
Nice try, but and Tali.
And Tali. Okay.
Sevgi has a different skull.
Yes, that doesn't do any damage, so we don't need to worry about concentration, but that is its yes, that is its action. Yep.
I really need those crew people to move.
Okay. The crew are going to scatter and try to run back. This one, let me actually roll for the ones that are directly next to them.
That's fair.
Yep. Yes, this one here panics and runs, incurring an attack of opportunity from the Spectre. A 10, actually, I don't think hits.
Hey.
They really are just new at being ghosties.
That's so bad. Okay.
There's baby ghosties trying their best.
The other one... Actually, that one, because it's kind of surrounded. Yeah, these three stay. These two lash out ineffectively with their mundane weapons against this ghost. This one is going to make an attack against the wraith, and does hit with just like a piece of wood, really, just a piece of wood that's been laying around, and plinks for 5 points of damage on the wraith.
Is that
reduced down to 3? Okay, that is the crew. Okay. And Shael'uah, you're up. Some of these down.
Yes. So, seeing how badly injured Krushka has gotten, Shael'uah is just going to look up to the storm above her, and she just bellows out, just screams the name Arakesh, and calls lightning from this storm, hitting. Target it right. Right there should get me both of those. Hey.
Yeah.
Does everybody on this team know how to do something with electricity?
I assume that's also call lightning.
Yes, that's what I said.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
And because a storm is already present and I'm controlling somebody else's lightning storm, I get an additional D10. Because that is how call lightning works.
Sure.
Oh, heck yeah.
That's awesome.
That is the benefit of having multiple people with call lightning, is you can bounce the storm around between each other, getting more electricity damage.
I thought that was just if it was like a wild storm, like one just happened to already be there.
Yeah, that's what I was leaning towards, but it's cool, so we're gonna go with it.
It is
I do
not
like
written in the spell, but it has been described that way. It is a storm that is formed.
Sure.
It is a storm. I like Arlene, a wild storm.
Yeah,
Supposed to
versus
be a natural
storm.
So that's a dex save on both of these.
Yes.
That is a 20 on the first one and a 16 on the second.
Cool.
Damage.
They both save.
Still take damage.
Sorry, I rolled, but it was only to Jack because of the way I have my stuff set up.
Yeah, pretty good roll. Yeah.
Yeah, I can actually see it.
Really?
Sorry, I've got the sorry, I've got the Twitch open.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't see it in our Roll20.
And despite both of them, no, they saved. This one's still around. Is the other one still around?
It did take a little damage, I think.
Yes, the one actually that hit Krushka is blasted out of existence by this storm, despite having dodged the bulk of the electricity. The other one, however, lightning courses through it, but he does eventually reform.
Good job, Shael'uah.
Nice.
And
I'll move so I can't see the actual window.
Yeah, Shleva's then just going to point to the larger creature and just say, "Get him." And Krushka is going to. I believe I can make this work if I play with lines real quick. Yeah, I should be able to get there. Yeah. And Krushka is going to pounce at that guy.
Okay. The crewman you're standing right in front of? No, the wraith. Okay, pounce. Yes, go
Totally
ahead
didn't wanna
and
get
roll
there.
that pounce. A 13 hits.
Does it really?
It does.
Huh. Must just meet it.
I thought I was muted.
Is the pounce included?
I just added it, so that's 19.
Okay.
Slashing.
19 slashing. And the target needs to make a strength saving throw or fall prone. However, the wraith
Is
can't be
ghosty.
made prone, so I'm not going to worry about it.
It's like, however, is ghosty.
Okay. Oh, right, half damage. Does pounce, and whereas if this was any other corporeal creature, Krushka would have landed on top, raking her claws down its chest, most likely toppling forward on top of it. However, there is just enough spectral form to this creature to stop, to allow Krushka to collide with it in an almost cushioned sense. Pushing through it enough to slow her movement. There is a bit of a grasp as Krushka slides back down onto the deck below. But little of that damage, not nearly as much damage as you expect for a corporeal creature, was actually transferred over to the spiritual essence of this incorporeal wraith. The song continuing as this happens. Okay. I assume that brings us to Hakaib.
Yeah, I said I was done.
Cool. Hakaib is going to... no, he's not ready for that. I'll have to remember that. Okay. Hakaib is going to look around to the 3 remaining specters. And he is going to sort of point at each of them, calling out to them, trying to get their attention. And he does a sort of shimmy to himself and strikes a pose. And calls out, a bane on all of you.
Ah.
And casts bane on these 3 spirits.
Does it stick on any of them?
Must make a charisma saving throw.
Well, I hope they're not very charismatic.
The first specter fails, the second specter fails, and the wraith... Where's the wraith's bonus? It's close enough that I have to look it up. And his spell DC is... Nope, succeeds. The 2 specters, however, are baned.
Cool.
Nifty.
We'll use that symbol.
Denied.
I could have it's like a pox on all your houses.
Yep, basically.
I had the same thought.
Yep.
Plague on both your houses. Yeah, from Romeo and Juliet,
Plague,
right?
pox, same thing,
Yeah.
essentially, in that case. Plague was worse.
Hucky really doesn't want to be there, but he is...
There.
He does know enough about combat that if he moves, he's probably going to...
In trouble.
Let me see how much he's paying attention. He's paying attention. This Spectre here has already... yeah, that Spectre already took its attack of opportunity on one of the crew members as it passed. So he's going to just sort of jump out of the way while he's doing his theatrical baning and jump down to over here, just focusing on the Wraith. That's going to bring us to Sevgi.
Well, I can't really move around too much, so
No, you really can't.
no.
It's a little crowded over there.
Just a little
Yeah,
bit.
Sevgi's all boxed in. All kinds of boxed in.
I guess. I guess I'll use my lightning cantrip again one more time on
Why not use your
the.
stick? It's magic now.
You can whack them with a stick. Just test out your barbarian skills.
That is
Well,
true.
it's a
Well, I
+1
haven't-
now, so it's magic. Which means it would get full damage.
It's like a pinata.
Yeah, pretty much. A ghosty pinata. Except without candy.
Less fun.
It's up to you, though.
Your choice.
Yes. Always yours. And the lightning does make sense.
Yeah, just I
Style.
didn't I forgot to put the
Aesthetics.
staff into my character sheet. So I was like, oh
Ah.
crap, I didn't put it in yet. So it's like
That's
it's right
fair.
here, but I didn't do it. So yeah, I'll probably just speed this up a little bit and then just go ahead and do that.
Yeah!
Ooh.
You hit either way,
They're
but you don't
good.
get the crit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does that one say roll damages?
Okay, so it wasn't a critical, so we're going to ignore that extra 16, but I'll keep the 11 that's there.
That was still pretty good.
2d10, yeah. 11
2d10.
lightning damage on that Spectre
But it says roll damages right here.
will dissipate it.
Oh,
Cool.
okay. Yay.
That's perfect.
Okay. You this time you sort of choke down on the
Goes through.
staff and send out another bolt, which does course through it, and as the lightning cracks out from its back, being actually probably pulled down into the waves beneath, the spectral form disappears and is cast down into the same waves and does not reform. Okay, those specters were a
people
lot
do.
less dangerous than I expected them to be.
Well, I mean, they kept rolling terribly for their attacks.
Yeah. Okay. That brings us over to Tali.
Cool. I'm going to move over.
You can walk on
Here.
that lattice work. Yep, awesome.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask that. I forgot to ask, but I'm glad the answer was yes. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, I figured
Um,
because other people were standing on it.
You know what? I'm just gonna take one more step over. There we go.
All right.
And I'm gonna smack that one with my hammer. My
Okay.
hammy ham. I'm gonna go
Your
ham.
hamity ham.
Ooh, that's a 23 to hit.
Nice.
Now
Gotta call it a hamity ham.
Totally -2.
Your spirit
Oh, yeah.
guardians.
Oh, they came with, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
Concentration
designate
spell that
the...
lasts.
When you cast this spell, you can designate any number of creatures. When you
I
first
assume Tali
cast...
will just designate everyone.
Right, but when you first cast this spell, this Wraith and the Spectre were not on the board, so you were not able to designate them.
Well, you designate them as safe.
Yeah, I believe the wording is...
Oh, right, designate them as safe. Well, then they're... Yeah, then they're...
Yay!
Screw you.
I'm like, that sucks, but okay.
Awesome.
And
glad somebody knows it better.
6 ham damage.
Yep, smacky smack with my hammy ham.
Okay.
So that's 6. Well, 3, I guess.
Because your hammer is not a magical weapon.
3 points of ham damage.
Okay.
Oh, I hate it the more you say it.
Ham damage?
I've been frantically looking for an image of somebody using spiral ham as a maul.
Yes.
It's not happening.
Oh, that's disappointing. I'm surprised.
Same.
Yeah. It's like, how is that not a thing?
Okay. I assume that brings us to Alithia.
Yes. It's right. She's before me. Where is she? Oh, there she is.
Yeah, so little movement. And it's hard to beast shape when you have so little space. So Alithia is going to... no, it's also too crowded for that.
Mm-hmm.
In which case... Because Alithia has a bunch of spells and abilities that affect more than a 5-foot area.
Whoops. Except
okay.
not.
Let's take a look at that. I think that'll work. Because for some reason, I don't know what happened with Rule 20, but last week I plugged in the spells for not only Alithia here, but also the character I just had on the last DM Chronicles.
Oh, God, that character.
And neither of them, the spells didn't stick.
The Shui guy.
Yeah, Wei Shui. Yeah.
Wei Shui.
The spells didn't stick. I don't know what's going on with that.
That is weird.
Fortunately, I remember more or less what Alithia should have prepared. So, again, that would work if these weren't incorporeal creatures. That's right. Yeah, Alithia fighting ghosts on top of a crowded ship. Not much to do, so I think she is just going to cast Shael'uah. Except she doesn't have anything to Shael'uah. She just has her arms. I don't think you can cast Shael'uah on yourself. I think it has to be a length of wood.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it
We're
has
on
to
a
be a length
ship
of
and
wood.
she doesn't have a length of wood?
Well, we're on an entire ship of wood, you know?
Well, she's not going to reach down and rip up a plank from the deck.
She totally should.
You know what? Actually,
desperate times call for desperate measures.
Actually, I did describe one of them having a plank of wood.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think it was the one that attacked the Wraith, right? She's not going to steal his weapon. That's just mean.
Maybe.
I don't think it was the one that slit his throat. I think it was the only one that made a successful attack, from what I remember. So she's not going to steal his weapon. That would just be mean. Yeah, none of her other spells are really going to be all that helpful. So I think what she's going to do is she's going... Oh, can you... I don't have that, really? Druids don't have alter self? Or is Alter Self? Or is that just a 3.5 spell that I'm somehow mashing into 5th edition?
It's a 5th edition spell.
Oh, it's a 2nd level spell. Look at that. That's why I can't find it. A 2nd level spell that druids don't have, surprisingly. That's strange. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not gonna bog this down any more than it needs to be. So I think 5-foot radius. Yeah, she doesn't want to endanger anybody. Ooh, no. I was actually Primal Savagery will work, which is something I do remember that she has. It's just in a different book. Primal Savagery, I believe that allows her to grow her own claws. Here it is.
Yeah, it's a cantrip.
So, it is a cantrip, yep. So she is going to run over around here, just kind of push past this one sailor guy. And it's pretty crowded around this wraith. So I think she's going to go for the Spectre, who has taken some damage. So she is going to Primal Savagery, and I believe because it's a spell, it will make this attack. Yeah, it does acid damage anyway, so she's going to make an attack with Primal Savagery. And make a melee spell attack. That's definitely going to hit. So that is 2d10 acid damage. Where's my d10? Wow. Okay. 18 acid damage. So Ilithia runs up. She focuses for a bit as she pushes past that one sailor. You can see her hands begin to grow webs between them, and short claws extend from her fingertips. You can also see, in a very creepy, disconcerting way, her mouth widens, and you can see rows of sharp shark-like teeth as she has an abnormally large, almost Joker-esque smile as she runs forward and just slashes down with her claws, acid dripping from them, casting this spirit away, scattered into the ethereal. You guys are making short work of these guys.
You're very efficient today.
That's going to bring us down to Aquila.
Today.
Who can't do anything? Because everybody's where I wanted to get.
Right there. You'll be close enough.
Had one space open and you took it.
Yep. Nope, nowhere for her to go.
Jump on Krushka's back.
I'm gonna run one of you assholes over. Not want to do that. Because that is fire. And I don't want to start a fire on a ship.
You have a crossbow?
No, I have a longbow, but that would basically take my whole turn to just get it out because I'd have to put my swords away.
Yeah.
Wraiths don't like silver, right?
With the roll you made, I will say you know that wraiths don't like silver.
So what I assume that silver dust might not necessarily hurt them, but
You rolled pretty high. You rolled above a 20, right? Silver,
right around 20.
Yeah, silver doesn't do any extra damage to them. It's not.
Yeah, I didn't think that
It's
would.
not really as much of an irritant as it is just a silver has an innate property to reach a bit further into the ethereal. So effectively, weapons that are made of silver bypass the resistance to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning.
Okay.
But they're not weak to silver weapons.
Yeah, no, I didn't think that was.
Mm-hmm. So your silver dust, if you have an idea, maybe, but
my thing was mostly just I didn't know if it would like coat it with the silver dust and make it vulnerable to other people's attacks since I can't get in there and do anything.
No.
Okay. Then I've got nothing.
Okay.
Because the only other thing I've got that wouldn't take a whole turn is the Alchemist Fire, which I don't really want to use on a ship.
No.
You could always hold an action.
To do what?
To attack it if it gets near you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to switch to your bow?
Not really, because it's not magic.
Okay. So you can just hang out there, surveying the situation.
I'll hold an attack just in case, but I don't expect it to come here.
Okay. Let's move down to Ander.
Unmute. So actually, on that subject of holding actions, because I was thinking that myself, considering how crowded the field is right now. Can you use a bonus action and then hold the actual attack action for a set condition?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All
right.
Yeah.
Then I am going to start my turn by casting Hex on, well, the one spirit that's there.
That spirit is so hexed.
And I'm, with that hex, going to any damage, resistances, or immunities.
Oh, right, because you can do that now. Damage resistances. The Wraith is resistant to acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder, and bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing weapons that are non-magical and aren't silvered. It is also immune to necrotic and poison.
Figured. I just wanted to confirm. And I am going to hold an action for Eldritch Blast if it moves away from the ship so that no one else is in my line of sight. Or basically if it moves somewhere where, I can fire an Eldritch Blast without shooting through people.
Okay, sure.
What, you're not going to pull a Sevgi?
Just shoot this random crew member in the back?
Let's just leave it right in front of him.
I thought about moving between...
I was looking at Tali. No, you're right.
Yeah, I thought about moving between Tali and Krushka and shooting down, but I was like, I don't want to be that guy that...
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to prove I'm not the evil warlock, and offing random generic crew member just seems like the maniacal evil thing.
Sure.
So, I'll hold Eldritch Blast in case it moves, so I'm not targeting other people.
So moving down to Iba, this Call Lightning... the Wraith is now surrounded. Even if she calls the lightning down here, it will hit Hakaib and Sevgi, because it is a 5-foot radius.
Hurt Sevgi too bad.
So I don't really think she wants to do that. The spell will stay there as long as she concentrates. She doesn't have to bring down a lightning bolt every round. As long as she doesn't concentrate on anything else, she should be fine. The question is whether or not she has anything else she can use that doesn't require concentration. And immediately, it doesn't look like that is the case. She's not really in a position to get to anyone else. So I think she is going to do basically the same thing. if yeah, because Call Lightning compounded by a second Call Lightning does a not significant, not insignificant amount of damage, and she doesn't want to bring that down on especially Hakaib, but Sevgi as well. So she's going to hold her action to bring down a lightning bolt if the Wraith moves into a position where she's not going to potentially fry one of her crew members. So I think that's about all she can do without being able to get in closer. Nobody was able to take out another one of these crew members, so there are no more little ghosties. Big ghosty. Okay. I can't believe those specters did so little.
Yeah, he recruited some slacker ghosts.
Yeah, really. Really. Here I was worried I was going to end up killing one of you guys with HP drain, but no. Okay, Song of Sorrow already went off, which I immediately forgot about, but I don't think it would have changed anything.
What? Oh yeah, the Guardians. He has to make the save, doesn't he?
Yes, he does have to make the save. What is that save?
15.
DC 15 Wisdom, I think. Let me double check.
Yeah, it's a wisdom save.
You're a cleric. It's
Wisdom.
wisdom.
That's not how that
You're
works.
right. That's the spell casting, not the spell save. I'm sorry.
That's Wisdom.
Wisdom save? Okay, it fails.
Yay!
Yay! Oh wait, that was what, 3d8? Crap, I just had it in my hand. 8. Okay.
And what type of damage
11.
is it?
Radiant.
Radiant.
Ouchies.
Okay.
I can pick either Radiant or Necrotic. I feel like Radiant would work better against undead stuff.
Usually
wanna
it
use
deals
necrotic?
with usually it deals with your alignment is how that's yeah.
Fair. But I mean, this is Tali, so probably not necrotic.
Yeah, it would be radiant for you. Okay.
No.
11 points of damage. Gotcha.
Wish it was more, but that's I guess good enough. Whatever.
Hey, it's damage.
Okay.
Damage is damage.
And I'm just gonna. Oh wait, no, never
Yeah,
mind.
it's not your
my
turn.
turn yet. That's Ghosty's turn.
The Dirge
Right.
Singer Wraith. There are no other specters to bolster. Not gonna worry about that.
And it's baned. That's right.
It is baned. Is it baned?
It is
No.
baned.
No, it
No,
survived.
it didn't.
Wait,
No, I'm sorry.
oh,
it
yeah,
made
you're
that
right.
save.
Yeah, it is hexed.
Little
Sorry.
ghosties. are
Sorry.
baned.
It's hexed.
Yeah, I think it is just going to start trying to drain some more life. So who's it going to attack?
Crewman.
Yeah, 5 choices.
Let me roll. That's going for the badger again.
I was gonna say that's Krushka.
Yeah, the Krushka is the last one to hit it. What is the max damage on this thing? Okay.
I'm not counting the
Alright.
Guardians.
Oh no.
Are you going to kill the badger?
I don't know.
Don't
kill
do
the
it.
badger.
I really hope not. Well, let's see if I hit first. That's a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
I believe that works, yeah.
Don't kill Krushka.
That is...
I've held an assist action or something.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
No.
Krushka, no.
No killing Krushka. I forbid it. Forgotten.
How dare you, Jack?
Oh, thank Primordius. Okay. Krushka takes 30 points of necrotic damage, and her health is reduced by that amount as this wraith moves down, grasps through the back of Krushka as she just slid off the front of it. Reaches down into Krushka, and you can see it grasping as Krushka just slumps to the ground and lets out a terrible, if any of you have heard animals cry, it is the most heart-wrenching thing. Falls to the ground, coughs up this smattering of black blood through her mouth and nose, a bit more running down the ears. And there is a bolstered wail from this wraith as its song almost what is the term, crescendos, reaches back up in a claw-like motion as if it was trying to rip the very heart out of this animal, and Krushka barely manages to stay up.
And we're killing the badger.
Oh. Okay. That is, however, all it is able to do.
Thank goodness.
Doesn't want to move away from things?
Oh no, it's happy to have this buffet right here.
Of course, I figured, but why are you in the way?
Even after all its friends died?
This crew member...
Friends?
Yeah, I misread that too, apparently, Taylor.
What?
I was hoping it would move as well, but
I didn't think it would. It was just one of those words like, fine, it's something. I never expected it to actually move. I was just like,
again, this crew member, who at this point is worthy of a name.
No, they're not. They haven't done anything.
Well, for the second turn in a row, is going to just keep beating on this wraith with a length of wood. Not that it's doing very much, but he's sticking around, and he is giving this wraith what for.
Hey,
That's not how
what's
that's
his name?
Woody.
Her name?
Name is Woody.
No.
3 points of damage there.
God damn it, just move.
His name is Connalt.
Connalt?
Connalt.
Gonna write that down.
C-O-N...
Connalt.
What is that? C-O-N-A-L-T. Connalt. Okay. Yeah, connects with a length of wood and smacks into this ghost, which does very little to it, but is there cursing and spitting like a sailor, just trying to drive this spirit from the ship. Yelling out in a language that I don't think any of you speak, because he speaks Elistian. Yelling out Elistian curses upon itself and its family.
On both your houses.
Yelling and cursing like what he is.
Yes,
exactly.
Shael'uah, you are up and just witnessed the near killing of your best friend.
Yeah. That basically gives me exactly what I needed to not give a shit. So I'm going to once again yelling the name of one of the primordials that I have been taught grants me my power. I'm going to call lightning here.
Okay.
Wait, where?
Hakaib, the Wraith, and Sevgi need to make, what, a dex save?
Yes.
Hakaib passes, the Wraith succeeds.
You got a 16.
Yeah, that's what you need. I've got a 16.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. So everybody takes half damage. Is that the D4 you rolled?
D4.
The 40-10 you rolled? Sorry.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's my damage.
Okay, 16. Everybody pass, so it's halved to 8. The Wraith, as Andrew would have been able to call out. Actually, I mean, that's a lot of information to call out. But regardless, Hakaib and Sevgi, you both take 8 lightning damage.
A little sparky.
Question.
If you have resistance, you reduce it by half again, Stephanie.
Okay, that was my second question.
Awesome.
With the staff, with that lightning attack, can I use that D6 to reduce that more, or is that just too much at this point?
I believe that's yeah.
Yeah, that should work. Yeah.
Cool.
So we're gonna end up with like 1 point of damage.
Because she still she has it out. I just haven't written it into my character sheet, and I just.
So half and half again.
Mm-hmm.
Omen Bane properties. Where are you at? There you are. Okay, whenever you take lightning damage, that procs, you may expend a spell slot, so you would expend a spell slot and roll a number of d6s equal to that spell slot's level. The damage is reduced by that much and stored in the staff.
Cool.
So if you use a first level spell, you can roll 1d6. Or a second level for 2d6. And so on.
How long can it stay stored for?
I did not previously specify, but I'll say until the next long rest. At least for now. Long enough. Oh, no, I did specify. 1 minute. Which is significantly less than until the next long rest.
Okay.
Darn. But I mean, that is still 10 rounds.
Yes.
I don't know if we've ever had rounds that lasted quite that long. Or
we've had fights that lasted that long. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, because I never have to worry about those.
Yep.
Good.
So after all that happens, not knowing exactly what this thing is capable of, because it is seemingly stronger than the other things, although math doesn't really work that way. Actually, no, it did more damage technically. Shael'uah's just going to tell Krushka, go hide, and that's her bonus action. And then on Krushka's turn, as a reaction, Shael'uah is going to allow Krushka to not invoke attacks of opportunity, and Krushka is going to go hide behind Eba.
Okay.
or close to her.
Sure.
And I'm done.
Okay. Sedgi, are you rolling some d6s?
Yeah, sorry. And how many should I do? I don't know which level. I'm sorry.
You took
It was
16
damage,
round,
after
half
that
to
would be
8, half to get down to 4.
You could probably get away with just rolling 1.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. So you reduce it
Okay.
by 2. You take 2 lightning damage, and you store 2 lightning damage in your staff.
Cool.
Okay. That's Shael'uah and Krushka. And we go to Hakaib. Okay. No, he's not. He's not ready to do that. Did get hit, just not by the right person. Can't do that. That won't help, that won't help. That won't help. Okay, so Hakaib is... Hakaib really doesn't carry a weapon either. He could just try to Bane again. In fact, I think he's just going to try to Bane again. Yeah. Because Bane is super helpful.
Bane's a good spell when you can actually
Yes, so Hakaib is turned focused entirely on this Wraith now, who is unfortunately looking in the wrong direction, but that doesn't really affect the spell. Hakaib is going to stretch back again, strike a pose, and call out something of the order. I said curse you and your family and wherever you came from and your stupid ghostly tale.
Dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow.
And the Wraith is going to, because bards are ridiculous. That is a wisdom save, I'm sure.
I think so.
Because everything's a wisdom save. Does succeed again. Oy, okay. No effect from Hakaib.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's all he has.
Andrew has so many icons.
Yeah, Hakaib's not, also not super useful in this fight. He's trying, though. Okay, then we're back at Sevgi.
I guess I'll go after the Wraith now. Sure, let's try that.
Another static shock.
I was gonna say the
I was gonna say that doesn't actually
attack
say the
roll.
roll, just the damage.
It was saying the roll previously, wasn't it?
It was,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was. That's weird.
Yeah, that's strange. It looks like a different box too.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
could just assume it hits.
I like the assumption.
I mean, I guess go ahead and
Yeah.
just manually roll a d20 plus whatever your bonus is.
Ow.
/r space 1d20 plus whatever your bonus is.
Plus da-da-da. Weird.
Oh, there it is.
Well, that's
17
Not
and 8.
one.
That's weird. Okay, yeah. But you would still have disadvantage, so yes, both those rolls. A natural 1 with an 8 is not going to work, unfortunately.
Yeah. Getting a little sparky.
It is a natural 1.
Mhm.
It is a
So
natural
what does
1.
Bane do?
So
No effect on
the
this.
Wraith actually focusing its attention over on Sevgi now that Krushka has run away and you're the closest threat that has been continually doing something, locks eyes with you, Sevgi, and sees you reach forward with the staff to try to shock it. And again, like the other Spectre, but far more purposely, reaches forward, barely grasping at the hilt of your staff just above your hands, and actually helps you push through the Wraith itself, sending the tip of the quarterstaff out its back. You release a shock, which shoots Hakib, who is directly behind the Wraith.
No.
And Hakib takes 11 points of lightning damage.
Oh no, Hakib.
There we go. Who is hit, surprised by this this second burst of electricity, and stumbles backwards a bit, convulsing, knocking him out of his pose.
Oh, not his pose.
Out of his pose, yeah.
Sevgi, just offer some advice. Remember, you do have magic missile.
Oh yeah.
Could come in handy.
You can also use lightning bolt.
That's bad advice, Jack.
If you want to just Kamehameha through everybody.
Good idea. Bad
that
idea.
direction.
Through 2 people.
Okay. Moving on, I suppose, unless you want to move, Sevgi.
No.
Okay. Let's move down to Tali.
Cool. I know Taylor said that she wants to get close, so I don't want to take that spot.
God damn it! You
No,
have
I'm
range
not
spells. God damn it!
I was waiting for you to just like, I'm gonna step here.
Yeah, I might have cut through at that point.
I'm gonna let her keep that spot. Actually, on a second. Dang it! No, Krishka's. How far is Krishka?
You're focusing on healing now?
Yeah, but she's too far, so I can't.
I don't know how much.
I'm going
I don't
to...
know how much Tali would know, but Shael'uah has fought similar things to these before and knows that no amount of healing is going to help that badger.
That's right. It reduced its max hit points.
Yeah, because her max. Dang it. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to I mean, Tali and Aquila fought together so many times. I assume Tali would know that Aquila needs to get close. So Tali's going to leave that space open for Aquila. And I'm going to hold my action so that if the Spectre goes after anybody that I can reach, I can, I guess, help them dodge. Is that possible? I'm kind of like an assist.
No, not without a specific fighting style or feat or something. I mean, you could hold a healing spell if you want, but you
Okay, I
can't
guess I'll do
assist
that.
a dodge.
You can
It's like
trip them
yoink
up.
them, like yoink. You're not getting hit today.
No. There's various fighting styles and class features that allow you to do that. So it's mechanically it's a specific thing to certain classes, which you are not.
Actually, no, I can't cast spells because Spirit Guardian is the concentration spell, so
you
I
can
can't
cast
any
spells as
here,
long
so
as they
I'm
don't
just
require concentration.
Oh right, I
I
forgot we
mean,
said
you
that.
can,
Ooh,
you can
okay.
cast you can cast whatever you want. Just if you cast a concentration spell, it replaces that
Right.
concentration.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I forgot about that. It's been a while.
It doesn't mean you can't cast.
I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame.
I was wondering why you weren't.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't do too much. Well, actually, that does pretty decent damage, I guess.
For what it is,
it
it's not
does.
bad.
It's a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save.
15.
That's 22. It's
Yeah,
a
I think
cantrip,
that's
right? So it's
all
all
or
or
nothing.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell poo. Okay, well, I guess that's it. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. We'll move down to Ilithia.
Cantrips, but hate them
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to do. So I think Ilithia is just going to continue with the primal savagery. So she's going to make a melee spell attack. That, however, is not going to... Well... Actually, that might hit.
I don't know, as low as 13's hit.
Yeah, that'll hit. That'll work. And Primal Savagery is 2d10 acid damage. That is 10 acid damage. Okay. However, again, as she rakes her claws down into this creature, most of that momentum just simply travels through the incorporeal form, and the acid that previously, or still does, spurt out from beneath her fingertips, largely just drips off the ethereal spirit and doesn't seem to be doing all that much to its form. Aquila, you now have a space open.
I know. Yes, I can do things.
You're welcome.
I know. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So I'm moving down here and I'm going to start swinging.
Okay.
I started blasting.
Nice.
I can't blast, but I can swing. Okay. So that's 11 magic-y magic damage.
Okay.
That's the offhand, so that's just 7 magic damage. And then second attack with the main hand. 15 hits, right?
15 does hit.
Okay. That's 12 magic-y damage.
Okay. Gotcha. 2 good strikes down against it.
That was 3. No, that was a 10.
The 10 doesn't hit, no.
I didn't notice that it was a 10.
Yeah.
But yes, that's fair.
2 good strikes, even more of its ethereal form beginning to catch fire, but it does right itself.
Mm-hmm.
It is starting to, some of its ethereal shadowiness is having harder time. There's some bleeding from the edges as some of the ethereal matter begins to just dissipate from the exterior of its body. It's still doing pretty much all right, but it has taken some damage to its form. That's when we move down to Ander.
Okie dokie. Seeing as how the little ship doesn't want to move,
Fair.
to explore other options, Ander is going to cast Vicious Mockery. and mock the ghost.
I love it.
Okay.
Which is a wisdom saving throw of 17.
Right.
You have a
And if it
DC
doesn't
of
make it, I'll give.
17?
Yep.
He's put it all in his casting.
Okay, it fails.
Ooh. You emo off-key Casper. I could probably get better music from the Badger.
Ouch! Oh, that hurts for Krushka.
That's a good one.
So, let's
Seems
see
so-
what damage I do.
It seems so rude to Krushka.
That actually warrants the amount of psychic damage you were doing to it.
So that's, I did roll 2d4 on that, right? Yes, so that's 5, and then because it is hexed, where's my hex spell?
Oh yeah. Oh.
So 6. Is Hex necrotic damage?
Oh, actually, never mind. Yeah, hex ain't gonna do shit to it.
Hex
Fortunately,
might
it doesn't
help it.
heal.
Yeah,
Oh, good,
It
good.
does not heal. But it's not.
that's right. It's necrotic.
Yeah.
So you still did 5 damage, but
Yep.
that's
Yeah,
5
5
damage.
psychic. I really wanted a chance to use emo off-key Casper.
No, that was great. I loved it.
Just for my own bookkeeping, spells DC 4 from proficiency, 4 from your charisma.
It's proficiency, but also the staff.
There you go. All right.
The staff
17.
bumps
Gotcha.
me up by 1.
Yes, it does.
That's right.
So yeah, it's 16 base plus the 1.
Remember, you gave him that staff.
Yep. I'm gonna have to go back over my bookkeeping. Okay. I assume that's it for you, Ander?
Yes, that is all for me this turn.
Eba is really in the same position that she was at before, so she's just going to actually. Yeah, she doesn't know what these things are. Does she have... No, she
also
doesn't. Also?
Just to point out, on its next attack, it has disadvantage.
Okay.
Next attack roll it makes for my turn, it has disadvantage.
Wow.
Nice.
It's a stupid spell.
An awesome spell.
It's 5 damage.
But it's awesome because it does the disadvantage.
But it's only 1 attack roll, so a multi-attack creature.
It only gets 1 attack though, so it's awesome in this case.
So, seeing the situation, Eba is actually going to let the Call Lightning fade, and she is going to use Bless. So she is going to... I think she needs to get a little closer for that, because I think it's 30 feet.
Yeah. Who she blessing?
She is going to bless Eilithia. These are applied to saves, right? It's attack saves and even skill checks, I think.
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
So yeah, she's going to apply it to Eilithia and Hakaib because they're the
Attack
most
rolls
important
and
part
They're
of
her
the crew.
crew. I mean, come on. That was a
Uh,
no-brainer.
And then, because she gets 3, I believe, unless she wants to upcast it.
First level is 3, but if she casts it at a higher spell slot, she can do 1 additional target.
Yeah.
Rolls and saving throws.
Okay, yeah. So she is going to yell out for this crewman to get out of there. You're not doing anything. And she is going to actually cast it at 2nd level. So we have Eilithia, Hakaib, Sevgi and Aquila, you are all blessed.
Be blessed.
Hashtag blessed. I hate myself for saying it.
Try to remember what all these symbols mean. All right. You guys with blue dots are blessed. That is all she has. No more little ghosties. Big ghosty.
So I say, can you throw up blessed? Because I haven't seen it in a while. Or I can look it up if you don't have it.
You add a D4 to saving throws and attack rolls.
Thank you. That will probably be adequate.
There you go.
Thank you.
Cast it at level 2. Which it doesn't affect anything, but how many she can affect. Okay.
Yeah.
The Wraith at this point... Combat always takes so much longer than I expected to. Yeah, I think is just go... It does have disadvantage, but it doesn't really have anything else to do. No, it does have something else to do. Aquila, make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, great.
My God, don't
Ha!
Aquila. Yeah.
It's probably not enough, but ha!
And you're blessed, so you can add a D4 to that too.
Yeah, plus I get to add a D4.
Hashtag
Rip
blessed.
headphone users.
Sorry. 19. I'm just used to making terrible charisma saves.
Okay. The Wraith turns towards you, looks into your eyes and just sort of...
No!
and reaches out and tries to pull you into it. However, it does wrap its hands around your throat and you feel a chill to you. But soon the hands grasp straight through your form, unable to affect you, and it goes back to where it is. It is then going to move down.
Like to the next floor.
Of course, we get an attack of opportunity on that.
You will, yes.
Oh.
There, dang
it. No.
So, plank.
Everybody there, take your attack. Has to be a physical attack.
Even Plank Pirate gets a opportunity attack, right?
Yes, he can take one.
Cool.
He was told to leave, and it would
13.
Her room.
I mean, my roll was 17.
That'll hit.
So 13 points of damage.
Okay. Hakib doesn't really have a weapon.
Just punch it in the face.
I don't think he's
a
really going to punch
tiefling. How does he
ghost.
not have things he can do?
He doesn't have a melee attack to make.
Oh,
he has
right.
plenty of things to do. He just doesn't have a reactionary melee attack to make.
Right.
Ilythia is a bit less concerned. She doesn't have a primal savagery because it's just for the single attack you make. But she will, however, just sort of reach out and try to slash at it with her natural nails, which aren't really going to do much. So we will just call that a... 16 will hit. And it would just be unarmed attack, so that's strength score 1+ strength modifier.
So?
Yeah.
So sounds familiar.
That's... Okay.
Sevgi?
Sorry, I was just doing some math.
No, that's fine. Nice.
Oh, okay.
Jeez.
What is going on there?
I don't know.
Okay. I think
Need
it's
to
just
work on
giving
that
you like
script.
both options.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it gives both options.
Right.
Um,
Okay. I mean, you're
so
probably
which one are
using
you
it
doing?
two-handed.
One-handed? Yeah.
You're not
Plus
really holding
I
anything
think it
else.
was 2 lightning damage that you had in there too.
You can choose to apply that as well.
Oh. And is this the +1? Yes, it is +1. Okay.
Yes, so I have the +2 as well.
Okay. Okay, you guys just pummel into this thing as it sinks below the deck.
Yeah.
Uh, this
Still
crewman
within the
runs.
sorry, is it still within the radius of the spirit guides though? Because like it's like a circle, right? Like a sphere.
Yeah. It already took its damage at the beginning of its turn, and you have
Okay.
no way of knowing.
Okay.
Shael'uah, you are up, but the target has fled.
Did I see that this thing went through the deck, or?
Yeah.
Is there any way to go directly down?
I mean, there could be. It would take probably just as much time to get this lattice work covering the hold off of the hold as it would to just run down the stairs.
I wasn't serious,
But
don't
the
worry.
option's there.
I was going to say, as a druid, if I had the spell prepared, I could get through it instantly. But
right.
I do not. No, Shael'uah is going to run to Krushka to make sure that this spirit doesn't pop up over there and just drain her remaining life force.
Okay. Yep.
I'm going to once again cast Beast Bond, because my concentration on a conjured storm faded when Eva dropped her concentration. So. And that's my turn.
Okay. Haka-Eve injured is going to tend to himself and also see to the rest of the crew as he was doing before. Sevgi, initial reactions to this?
Nothing I can really think of right now.
You want to stay up here and wait, perhaps holding an action, or would you like to try to run down below deck?
I guess I'll hold an action just to be on the safe side. I don't know what though.
And the safest thing is probably just to hold your static shock cantrip, because even if you don't do it and the spell fizzles, you don't waste a spell slot.
Okay, yeah, well, sure, I'll do that then.
Okay. Tali. This creature has just disappeared below the floor.
Cool. I'm gonna go try and find it. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55,
All right, you're dashing.
65, 70. So that's here. Do I see it?
You do not.
Dang. Jerk.
Actually,
I mean, that's all I got.
Actually, you do. You do see it.
Where is it?
Right behind you.
Cannot be.
There it is.
Oh, it's all the way over there. Okay. Do I have time to yell?
Sure. Something simple.
It's down here.
That's simple.
Sure.
And that's it. That's my turn because I can't do
Okay.
anything else anyway.
Ilithia is going to run back by the captain. Yeah, she's just going to call out as she runs. I will protect the crew up here. Get down there and get that thing off this ship.
Yeah, to be fair, Akila was probably already starting to move.
Yeah, and you can do so now.
Yeah. Question: would I be counted as tracking the creature?
How are you tracking it?
Actually, I don't think it really matters because it was one of those where it's like you can't be surprised by it. But
yeah, like I said last time, I don't think you really have a way to track an incorporeal creature.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Of arcane means. So I'm gonna say
fine.
no, but it's probably not important.
Yeah, that was kind of like real. It's like real. That was before you had revealed where it was, and it's like, well, it probably doesn't matter at this moment. 35, 40, 50, 60, 80.
Okay.
I mean, Tali was down there, so I'm not going to just try and barge through her.
Sure.
So
Appreciate
I went
it.
up here. Well, it's
Ander.
Run me over.
It's at least as much practical concerns. It slows me down.
I'm going to get my ass down the stairs with everyone else, I suppose. It's the middle set of stairs, correct? That goes down.
Yeah,
the
it's
arrows.
this one here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And is that line I can't remember, the brown line, was that blocking it? What was that?
Hmm?
This line that's
that's a wall.
okay, so I gotta go up and around.
There's a doorway here, and there's a doorway just past Eva here, which you can push past. Yeah.
Okay.
They do count as difficult terrain, so it would be 10 feet to get past
one and a half dozen
Ilithia,
of the other.
10 feet to get past Eva.
10 feet to get past each of them?
Yeah.
I think it about evens out with how you'd have to go around.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it would.
Okay. All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, wait. 25. 30. 35. 40. Yeah, in there. All right.
Okay.
Putting a beat on it, but
Eba is going to hold to move with Ilithia, but they're both going to make their way back up to the helm. No little ghosties, because nobody's dying. The big ghost here, the Wraith, the Dirge Singer Wraith, sees that it was not fast enough to do what it wanted to do, and I think is just going to try the same thing it did before. Aquila, make another... no, it has to roll to see if it gets that back. It does not. I'm having a philosophical debate in my own head right now as to whether or not a ghost wants to preserve its life. Whether it would run or not, given these circumstances. But I don't think so. It can, however, simply outmaneuver you. And is going to phase back up through the ceiling. And fly over to Sevgi. Sevgi, you do get your held action of being able to shoot your static cantrip. It would not be at disadvantage because it has to take time to get to you. That's definitely gonna hit. So I think you could just click that box where it says click and it should roll. 10 lightning damage. Okay.
Your Benny Hill music.
And the Wraith is going to fly towards you, rising out from under the deck plates, and try to grasp at you. Let's see if this works. 17, I believe, hits. And I need you to make a con save. Okay. You take 28 points of necrotic damage, but your health total is not reduced by the same amount. Okay, that's
It's like, is it in your guardian range, Tolly?
no.
I think it's technically like right.
Yeah, it should
like
be right
just
outside
the range.
Okay, I wasn't
But if I
sure.
scoot over, it will be in range. So
it does,
Yeah,
however,
but
have
that's...
the movement to then fly up over here and start harrying all of these terrified crewmen.
That's...
hate you.
I know, that's not cool, Jack.
It's not cool that the ghost wants to maximize its life, terror, and ability to do things.
It's not alive. It has no life.
I'm not going to bother rolling for everybody, but the crew does manage to hold their composure. Do they want to... Yeah, they're gonna make some ineffectual attacks. So nobody else is up here to really well, actually no, they did roll pretty well. They don't have very far to go. He's gonna move over here. This one actually does panic, and he is going to run and try to hide behind Sevgi. As he does, though, however, the Wraith gets an attack of opportunity. And misses. Of course it does. Of course it does.
That makes me feel better, honestly.
The crewman runs past and hides behind Sevgi. Okay. Shael'uah.
Yeah, I really don't have a. I really don't have anything to do that wouldn't probably kill the entire crew.
Mm.
So I am going to continue. Spear in hand, basically protecting Krushka, just sort of cowering in this corner over here, trying to make ourselves, uh, if not invisible, to the spirit thing.
Okay. Okay. Hakaib is next.
Going to try baning again.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be working. But he hasn't reached. Well, he has taken a bit of damage. He's not at the threshold I wanted him to be. Yeah, seeing this creature go down after really doing a number on him. Actually, was it even the? It wasn't even the wraith that hurt it. That hurt Hakaib. That's right. Okay, so no, that's not gonna work.
No, that was Shael'uah.
That was yeah. Okay, so I don't want to drag this on too much. So yeah, he's just gonna try Bane again. He doesn't have much else to worry about, and the Wraith succeeds again. Okay, moving on. Sevgi, we're at you.
Awesome. I guess I'll just use Magic Missile at 2nd level and
Okay.
see where that goes.
That's not right.
Wait, that's not right at all.
It's 1st level.
Yeah, that just
No,
rolled
cast at 2nd level.
1d4 plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
I think we're missing a few.
Yeah, so that one
D4s.
just rolled for the 2nd level.
Just so it's
portion
2nd.
of that
Okay,
casting.
cool. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, just roll some D4s.
Okay. Despite all of those ones, please describe how
Oh,
you
thank
dissipate this wraith.
Thank goodness.
I know.
Yeah, I genuinely cannot think of anything today, to be really honest.
Okay.
Yes, so you saw this wraith fade down into the floor and then almost immediately fade back up. You got off a shot with your cantrip, which did connect, not felling it quite enough. It does move over and start reaching out towards all of these crewmen, and that fills your arcane rage, and you concentrate, throwing your staff to the side, slamming down. The lightning bolt erupts, and you cast out what is that? 5 magic missiles.
Is it 5? Wow.
whatever amount it is. You cast
Well,
out
it's enough.
some magic missiles. It had 1 HP left.
Oh.
Cast out magic missiles that swarm around Haka-Eve and slam into this creature, dissipating certain parts of its form as it hits, taking out, erasing whole circles and chunks of this creature as it blasts into it, and eventually the smoke-like ethereal form is just cast into the wind, unable to reform.
I'm going to assume about that point the rest of us just come racing up.
And the rest of you come racing back up the stairs.
Which is fine.
That was a big clunky battle that didn't do anything.
You started it. But I enjoyed it, honestly.
Okay. So 3.5 hours of combat later. And nothing really to say for it. We,
I mean, you almost killed the badger.
I did almost kill a badger.
One more dead crew member.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't even get a name.
And his name was a... No, never mind, they didn't get a name.
That one
Connell
lived.
got a name.
Yeah,
right. Poor Anonymous.
Okay. Not... What's his other name?
Here lies what's his face.
Okay. So with that, it is middle of the night. The threat has been dissipated, but I will leave it to you as to what you guys want to do.
As much as not a whole lot of anything happened, it might be a good time to take a break.
We should take a break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do that. Actually, you guys can think about if there's anything more you want to do tonight, and then proceed into the rest of the last leg of our sea journey. Yeah. So we're gonna take a quick break. Feel free to do the same. Everyone get a short rest in, but check back in 10 minutes or so, and we'll be back to the action. Stick around. Hello, and welcome back to the People's Ascension, or should I say, we are back for the latter part of our episode today, after a combat of some sort that just happened. We will pick up, presumably, that very night, unless we simply want to skip ahead. But the ghost-like entities have been dispersed. Their ethereal bodies scattered into nothing. You all return up to the top deck to make sure everybody is okay, and of which there was one more, but only one more, killed crewman. So that, I believe, leaves, what, 8 remaining? Yeah, 8 remaining. No. 3, 7, 8, 9 remaining.
Well, that's even better.
Yeah.
We still got the majority alive.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
Good
like,
enough
it was
for
like,
me. Better than
so
average.
with what I know about wraiths, do I have any idea why it would be on the why it would have been on the ship? And well, I mean, or why it didn't show up before now?
Make another religion check with whatever bonus you get for it being about undead.
That's just advantage, which is a good thing. 17.
Tali, you can also make that roll. Religion check. No. I will leave it up to you to speculate why you weren't able to find them.
That's fine.
Holly always does so bad on her religion checks. I don't understand.
Somehow you do
+5.
worse than Aquila.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing to really keep in mind. Somehow your religion is worse than Aquila's.
Sucks.
So Iba and Haki will spend time making sure the crew is okay, and actually taking the killed crewmen down to the kitchen where the other 3 dead crewmen are to be, whatever it is they're going to do with 3 dead crewmen.
We are not eating the food.
Anything in particular you guys want to play out, or are we back to an interrupted sleep?
Yeah, so for whatever it is worth to anybody, Shael'uah has continued to basically huddle herself over Krishka, using her cloak of leaves, basically covering her up. They're just sort of huddled at the bottom of the stairs up here by the galley.
Are they still above deck then?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Krushka's barely alive, barely moving, barely breathing.
I was say, would you like
she just hisses at you if you get close. There's nothing friendly coming from this pile of fur and leaves right now.
Fine.
Okie dokie then. Yeah, I guess at that point probably just Andrew will walk over to Iba. doesn't look like there was much damage. Is there anything else we can do to help after that? Or is it just a matter of the crew coming to terms?
I think it's just a matter of tending to the dead at this point. I'd appreciate if you stay up and keep watch. I don't know if there's any more of these. I don't know why they were here in the first place, but I figured if there were any more, they'd keep coming.
Yes, you don't normally see ghosts out in the open ocean, I would imagine.
There's always tales of ghost ships and whatnot, but not to my experience.
So yeah, I guess however long was left on me and Tali's watch, stay up and keep that. Just to kind of put everyone's mind at ease, hopefully.
I'm going to stay up topside, keep an eye on Shael'uah and Krushka. I'm going to stay a little bit away from them, but mostly just keep an eye on them.
So eventually, Iba and Ilithia go back up onto the quarterdeck through the other staircase that is not a pile of feral fur and leaves and tends to running the ship. Ilithia does, however, sort of scoot over towards that top corner of the quarterdeck and does sort of crouch down and very, very slowly, almost simian-like, just sort of crawl or slink, almost cat-like, just to the very top of the stairs, and just looks down at this pile of fur and leaves. Doesn't come any closer, just looks down, looks around, and she's just there. I would say, I know you didn't get to play through any of this, Christian, but Shael'uah and Ilithia have been spending the majority of the last week or so together. So you get the sense there's Ilithia is also there, lending whatever support or comfort she can from the distance that she would understand you'd like to keep any potential threats at. With that, I suppose, yeah, everyone can calm each other down for the evening. It takes some time to get the crew to a position where they're not terrified. But eventually things calm down. An hour or so goes by, and there are no further attacks. And eventually, the ones that feel like they can sleep, do make their way down with the rest of you, and everybody tentatively goes back to a weak, light sleep. And
except for the guy with the missing foot.
What's that?
Except for the guy with the missing foot.
Oh, he's passed out, yeah.
Exactly. Except for him. He's fine.
Okay. Soon enough, morning comes.
Probably start the morning with a head count just to be safe.
Ooh, oh, actually, I'll let Andrew go first. You finish.
I will say, on top of everybody healing, Krushka does regain her total hit point maximum. That was only until the next long rest.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, it is strange how this creature, the max HP damage, only lasts until the next long rest, but there are lower CR creatures where it is permanent until
I remember that
by a greater restoration, which is ridiculous.
Because I was about to prepare a greater restoration until you
Yeah.
said that. So
Yeah.
I mean, you could have.
So eventually, I assume whatever sleep, probably very little, that Shael'uah gets. Eventually, morning does come around, probably late morning until Krushka begins to stir. But as she does, as because eventually she just passed out, but knowing she was alive and continuing to tend to her, the night goes by, morning comes, and eventually Krushka does wake up, and she seems a lot healthier at this point, a lot more revitalized. Still probably, super skittish, as a beaten animal would be, but she is back to her otherwise healthy state.
poor Krishka.
I believe Ander was saying something.
Yeah, I was just saying, probably Ander, as a precaution, when he wakes up, would just kind of do a quick head count of crew members and make sure everyone he saw when he went to sleep last night is still there.
Yeah. Everybody who is still alive is still there. You count the 9 remaining crewmen, your own people, and the 3 senior officers of the ship. Everybody's there. Oh, and the castaway.
This is the morning of the 24th of
Yes.
Yadama, right? Okay. 24th Yadama. Cool. Just
Yeah.
So if there's nothing more to play out, we can simply progress some days.
Yeah.
well,
think
besides,
so.
Tali being just a little bit more withdrawn the next day, just a little slightly traumatized. She'll be fine though eventually.
Oh, right. From the guy who slit his
After
throat in
seeing-
front of you.
Yep. a little shooketh from that, but just needs to process. She'll be fine. But yeah, the next day Tali's just like quieter than normal. More focus on her wood carving.
Yeah. I think other than that, I don't know that there's anything specifically wanted.
I really want to make a joke, but I don't think Ander would actually make it, so.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah, unless anyone else has anything, I say we just skip ahead a couple days.
I'm fine with that.
I'm guessing the crew's probably going to be pretty reserved after realizing how many of their members left, or not left, how many of them have died because of that. And
yeah.
I'm guessing senior management has work to do.
Yeah, everybody's sort of on edge for this day.
So I would say that for anybody who was around, Shael'uah would have been awake the whole night. It would have been difficult to see, and probably anybody who tried to get close, crew members included, would definitely get barked at. And once Krushka was feeling better the next day, after staying up all night, Shael'uah would have likely fallen asleep, and Krushka would have done a similar, but maybe more menacing, where where Shael'uah is asleep on the deck there, and Krushka is using her furry body, just laying on top of and protecting Shael'uah. Similarly, barking and hissing at anything that came close. Probably the only exception being Ilithia.
Okay. Yeah, eventually Ilithia would go back and see the captain, have conversations. But every now and then she does sort of crouch back down and slink over to the side of the stairs there. Not in a I'm being sneaky, don't see me stance, but in a I am making myself as least intimidating as possible stance. As animals may do. For the rest of the day, Ignatius will basically just wrap the bodies of the dead. There's some discussion amongst the crew. Everybody but Cole is just going to get a burial at sea. Cole had he ascribes to other funerary practices, but the rest of the other three are from cultures where you die on a ship, you get buried at sea. So later that evening, in really not much of a ceremony, you are all invited. The crew gathers, but there's not many words said. There's not a whole ritual, but eventually the three bodies are loaded into the dinghy, and Eba and Ilithia get in there as well, and just row a bit away from the ship. You see the bodies have been wrapped with some stones, and they are plopped overboard. Eba and Ilithia ride back to the ship, and it's hoisted back up. Not a very, like I said, ceremonial process, but burial at sea amongst a crew like this is not typically an overly drawn out matter. Ilithia does actually, though, go back into her cabin, and you can see, not Ilithia, Eba goes back into her captain's cabin. You can see that her brow is furrowed. She's not overly emotional about it, but she is distraught. And she just goes into her cabin. The day, though, progresses without any difficulties, and we can skip forward a couple days. Eventually, does Shael'uah and Krushka warm back up to their surroundings?
Yeah, so after the first day, because Shael'uah would have stayed up all night, gained exhaustion, and then slept during the day, Shael'uah and Krushka are going to go about the ship at night. They tend to be more nocturnal than anything on a normal basis anyway, so this is sort of their natural state of being. But they do go back to a little bit of normalcy. As it is not super common for her to wear it. Shael'uah had already taken off the first night the breastplate that she made for Krushka, and has stowed it away, and has been using a a kit of interesting balms and ointments and herbs to not really do a whole lot effectively, but has been attempting to treat the wounds that were caused. But yeah, taking a nighttime watch to make sure nothing fucky happens.
Okay.
And we'll probably continue to do so for however many days.
So you're pretty much keeping on night shift then?
Yeah, pretty much, unless something else is expected of them.
No. I would say in one of the evenings, as Alethea is turning in and you are getting up to take night shift. It's probably just a couple days later. She'll come up to you and Krushka. You two, you look like you're doing better.
I She feels better.
Okay, good, good.
I wasn't expecting to see those things out here on away from everything.
You've seen
I
stuff like
didn't
that before?
take. Yeah, it's kind of what I. It's sort of what I do.
Oh,
I guess.
okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad everything worked out. Um, more or less, more or less.
I
I'm
think we should have just sort of speaking a little lower at this point. The one that we pulled out from the ocean. I wonder if we should have. I think we would have been better off leaving him.
maybe, yeah, maybe. I can get why we didn't though. Yeah, I was I mean I was found kind of the same way. So, I mean if they picked me up, I guess they picked this guy up. If they didn't pick this guy up, they probably wouldn't pick me up. So, I don't know where I'd be then. But yeah, he seemed a little
Unquist
off.
would have found a home for you.
Right. Right. That's the water. Yeah. I mean I do pretty well in the water. So, you know, I'd probably be fine.
Did you know any of the ones that died?
No, not too much. Not really. I mean, I knew who they were. But I kind of, people tend to leave me alone.
Some days that's nice.
Yeah.
Other days it gets lonely.
Well, Iba's cool, and Hakib's all right. When he's not being annoying.
Yeah, Chibi's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not the first people we lost, but it's, probably the most crazy way we've lost people. Yeah, definitely most crazy way we lost people. Uh, do you know a lot of people like us? I mean, I know I'm not. She looks down at the very small scales on her forearm. I know I'm not, uh, really like you, but you can do some of the same things.
I'll run my hands over the curled horns on top of my head. I think the best part about us is that we're all different. Eos has granted each of us with a different way. I I know of a place that is supposed to have more people like us. It's hidden, secret. I think it's a strange place. I could take you there, perhaps.
Oh, where is it? I mean, you said it was secret. I mean, how long would it take to get there?
Well, if if the Fae speaks to me, I can get you there quick, or
I don't know
it's
what
a
that
long
means.
voyage back.
Huh.
Um, I don't know how to. If a rift is close, I can hear it. I can feel it.
Uh,
I don't know
rift.
if there's many. So I'm going to grab her hand.
There's
and
a
hold.
slight recoil there, but she does let you.
I'm going to hold my left palm against hers and put my right hand on top of it. You see, this is Eos, and I'll point to or I'll gesture to the hands, moving my two hands up and down. We're here on, I think they call it the prime material plane. And this is where the primordials are. The Fey, the Feywild. I'll point to the next. I'll point to her hand in between. It's the same place, but it's different.
Right.
It's hidden.
Okay. So do we swim down?
I don't know. We might be able to. Do you remember the fairies that we saw?
Yeah.
They probably came from there. I'd imagine.
Oh.
I don't know exactly how the tides work, but I imagine there's something. I didn't feel it at the time, but I imagine there's something close to there. You might be able to swim to it, perhaps.
That's a few days back at this point. But I mean, maybe if we go
But it's
back
all around
that way.
us.
What?
It's not stable. I'll let go of her hands, and I'll just put my hand up to my chest. Everything that we do uses the same energy that keeps it secret. You just have to find where that energy is the weakest, and you can get through to the other side.
Okay. Right. How do I do that? Do I want to do that?
It's dangerous, but
But you've not seen anyone like
it's
me.
no.
Okay. Well, I mean this is home enough for me. So I mean maybe if you find one of these rift things, you know, I'd go if we could get back. You know, just fine. I can't really leave Eba. I owe her too much. But
Getting back is the hard part,
oh, right, so
usually.
probably not.
I'm almost there.
Like now? She kind of looks around you.
Maybe I can explain it better when I can show you.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna turn in. So, I'll see you in the morning then.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. See, she strides off, thinking about things. You can also tell that her interactions with you are a lot less guarded, and more open than with anybody else. Ilathy is usually fairly standoffish and fairly curt with how she responds, but you've created a rapport.
Are there water buckets around the ship? I imagine there are for like fires and whatnot.
Yep.
I'm gonna kneel down to Krushka. I'm just gonna boop her on the nose real quick, and I'm gonna cast polymorph and turn her into a clownfish.
Okay.
Just going to walk her over to one of the barrels. Set her inside. And then in a very, very odd way, also get into the barrel and wild shape myself into a clownfish. Start swimming around in this barrel with Krushka.
Okay. You do so. At first, Krushka is very confused, and not particularly happy, but she goes along with it because it's you. You then also polymorph into a clownfish and immediately forget pretty much everything else and become a clownfish.
Well, I'm wild shaping.
Right, you're wild shape. That's right. You retain
which means I am still as smart as I am.
That's true.
Which is not very.
But more than a fish.
Yes.
Okay, so you can spend a good part of the night. Well, polymorph lasts an hour, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Wild shape is 4 hours, but
yeah.
I imagine once Krushka unpolymorphs, explodes the barrel, and Shael'uah is flopping around the deck, not being able to breathe, I will turn back into Shael'uah.
Okay.
Unless we get thrown overboard or something else weird happens.
Yeah, so a little bit of time goes by as fishes, and eventually you notice that having your mental faculty, somebody comes over with a cup and dips the cup down into the water here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna swim down, trying to avoid the cup.
Okay. Krushka likewise manages to dodge the cup and is not scooped up. And the sailor goes about without realizing that he's drinking druid fish water. But a little bit more time goes by, and then the barrel explodes as a giant badger reforms. Giant wolverine reforms. Which causes a small commotion on the deck and a very confused look from the sailor who only recently took a drink of water from the same barrel. But otherwise, the night proceeds without complication. We're not going to play this day by day, but let me get one more D100 roll from somebody.
Christian, do you want to do it since you haven't been able to do one yet? I don't think.
Oh yeah.
I haven't yet. That sounds like a
Do
great
it.
idea. Nothing bad will happen.
Nothing bad will happen.
15.
We'll be alright.
Oh God, we're all going to die?
Roll again. 64.
I feel like that one's come up before.
In the 60 range.
60. I don't think we've had a
Roll again.
64 yet.
We
Have we?
have had a 64. 53. That number also. Yep. Roll again.
Oh my God.
9. Wait, did that one come up too?
We had an
I've had an 8.
Okay,
we
that
have
was
not.
why.
Okay, Christian, quit it. Roll again. There we go. There we go. That should work.
Hope it's good.
Please be good.
It's something good. Something good. Something good.
Okay. Shael'uah, the next evening, and we're not worrying about what day it is. The next evening, as you are coming up on deck for your night crew watch, you notice one of the sailors, not one that has distinguished himself in any way. Actually no. This is
Ow.
Ow.
Is it Connell?
Connell. This is Connell. You see, Connell has a just a knife out, just like a little sort of pocket knife, and is over looking out the front of the ship, looking out past the railing. He has a knife out, and you can see he's just sort of playing with the knife in the railing, carving little things into it.
Sure,
If
I'll
that-
bite.
Okay.
Just sort of walk up to him, Kershka right next to me, and I'll just sort of look over his shoulder.
Yeah, you can look over his shoulder and go ahead and make me a... Are you trying to be sneaky about it? Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, you just walk up behind him, and it doesn't really seem to bother him. You see he's taking his knife and carving some kind of symbols into the railing.
What you doing?
He is, however, just staring off into the horizon, not even looking at what he's writing. And he just doesn't respond to you, just continues looking out at the horizon, carving something into the railing.
I am going to take a step back from him,
Okay.
and right next to his left ear, as I'm going to make the sound of some of the fireworks, the same sound that the blunderbuss made, the same sound sort of that the fireworks made, go off right in his left ear using thaumaturgy.
Okay. Doesn't respond. Everybody else on the ship stops what they're doing and abruptly looks over in your direction. You can see Eva actually is reaching behind her back towards where she keeps the pistol down in the back of her pants, looks over in that direction, recognizing the sound.
And if he doesn't respond to that,
nope,
I'm going to grab his wrist and force it away from. Force it away from whatever it is he's carving.
As soon as you grab his wrist, you can kind of see his eyes focus at me. And he's like, "Oh, hey, what are you doing?"
We should pay attention to our surroundings.
Right. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
I'm gonna use my other hand to just try to take the knife from him.
Hey, that's mine. He does relinquish it with protest. What are you doing?
Captain's looking for you.
Oh.
Pay attention.
Right. I'll go see her. Can I have that back?
I'm gonna look at it real quick. Do I see anything on the handle?
Make an investigation
of the knife?
check.
Oh boy.
A 17. You don't see anything of note, but you do notice that it is wet. For one, it's wet, and there's a little bit of rust at the base of the knife from where it is sort of a pocket knife, a real basic one, just 2 small planks of wood with a spring action, not even spring action, but you can see the base where it attaches to the swivel on the pocket knife. There's a bit of rust.
Yeah, and I'll just tell him I'll hold on to it for now. Talk to the captain.
Fine. He wrenches his wrist from where you were grabbing him, marches away. People throw a whole bunch of money at the captain, come in here and start dictating how we yada yada and stomps his way up to the captain.
Grumble, grumble, grouse,
I'm
grouse.
gonna look at whatever was being carved into the railing. See if it's like symbols or runes or
it's some sort
if he
of
was just
some sort of symbology. It's not a language that you recognize.
I'm gonna throw the pocket knife into the ocean.
Okay.
And I'm gonna walk away.
Bonk. And you walk away. In short order, Cannell gets up to the captain. You hear a muffled, confused conversation as neither of them understand why they are talking to each other. And he again storms back down the stairs and heads over to where he was standing. Have you left the area?
Yeah, I walked away back to my rounds.
Okay. You go back to whatever you're doing. And he leaves you alone for a little bit. But eventually, a couple hours later, he does come up to you like, "Yeah, I don't know what you were talking about, but the captain didn't have anything for me. Can I have my knife back?"
Oh, that's weird. The captain's the one that's on the pole up there, right? Wait. What knife?
What do you mean, what knife? The knife you took from me.
I have my knife. I'll pull a dagger out of my belt. This one? I use this to cut up mushrooms, and I skin deer with it sometimes.
He goes to grab it.
Just move my hand slightly to the left.
What about my knife?
What knife?
These people. You took a knife from me. I was standing over there. You took it. You told me to talk to the captain, who I assume you meant was that guy up there.
Yeah. The captain's the person that's highest, right?
Sure. Right. Where's my knife?
What knife?
I don't hit girls. I don't hit girls. I don't hit girls. Just
My name's Shael'uah.
get out of here.
Okay.
He goes back to whatever task he's supposed to be doing. Okay. Do you bring that up with any of your new companions at any point? Or is it an oddity that Shael'uah just passes by?
If I see Tolly, I'm going to yeah, so probably when you're doing your morning whatever up on the because you usually go to the bow of the ship, right?
Yeah, the bow or
Or to
the
the stern.
crow's nest, whichever, you know.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably catch you because you'll be awake before my watch has ended. Hey, Tolly, do you know?
Sorry, what?
I don't really know a bunch about um, magic and stuff. At least not, I guess, normal. I'm just gonna grab you by like the forearm and start walking you to the railing. I can't read this
Okay.
stuff.
Tolly read this stuff?
Do you have your languages written out on your character sheet?
Yes,
Yes.
it's common, elvish, or elvish, but also like whatever Corsten is.
You cannot read this,
extra.
and you don't recognize the alphabet, if it is an alphabet.
I don't know what this is, but Ander might know. He's usually pretty good at reading stuff like this.
Oh yeah, yeah. Remember the other day when he turned into a puddle of oil?
Oh yeah, he does that sometimes.
Okay.
Really guy.
So that one guy, Kachina, I think his name was. I caught him
Connell?
up here. Yeah, that's right. Connor. He drew this. I tried to get his attention, and he just sort of stared off into. I don't think it's related. Probably.
Hmm. That is kind of weird.
Yeah, Carl was being weird about it.
What did he use to to carve it?
This weird wet knife. He said it was his, but it was wet. And I guess everything on a boat's kind of wet most of the time. I didn't really think about that.
Does he still have it?
I hope not.
Yeah,
I'm gonna lean in. It seemed weird, and I threw it into the sea.
Oh, I guess
It
better.
didn't seem like it seemed like a bad thing. And I mean, he's not really going to be able to do anything with it. It's a tiny rusty knife. It's
Better
wet.
safe than sorry, I guess. Um, I guess I don't know, we should probably ask Ander about the symbols because he's pretty good at interpreting things and stuff.
That makes sense. I didn't want to wake anybody up. And since you were awake,
Makes sense. Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want to wake anyone up. It's usually kind of not nice to do that. Why are you awake?
I like looking at the stars.
They are pretty nice.
And Krishka and me, we mostly traveled at night before. You run into less people. And
Actually, I think you might have mentioned this before.
people aren't usually very nice.
Shame.
Well, hopefully Ander can help us figure that stuff out. Anyway, I didn't mean to
Hopefully
interrupt you with the prayer stuff.
No, it's fine. I can, seems kind of important. So I don't know. Maybe, yeah. Well, yeah, I'll go finish doing that.
I'm gonna quickly, as you turn around, I'm going to druid craft some. Did I see any like anemones or coral or anything of that nature when I was down at the coral reef? I mean, obviously those aren't plants, but
you saw weird coral.
okay. I mean, I don't know that Shael'uah would have an idea of what normal coral is. I'm more just going for color scheme.
Sure.
So I'll make a couple of like light peachy orange flowers and very light blue flowers start to bloom at the end of your parade.
Uh, Very pretty.
Okay. Are we looping Ander into this? Whatever's going on? Or anybody else?
Shael'uah's just gonna kind of forget about it.
Okay.
She told somebody, and she's just gonna go about her merry way.
I mean, Talia probably would follow up at some point and say, "Hey, did Shael'uah ever get, in touch with you on this weird carving stuff in the railing?" So, whenever her wakes up, I guess. Sometime after, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we're not playing this out hour by hour, day by day. So eventually, at some point, you can talk to Ander.
Yeah, she showed me these weird like carvings in the railing, and she said I advised her to ask you about it, but did she do that? Did she ever get around to that?
No. Can
Well,
you show me where they are?
they're over this way, and I'll start walking that way. Show him see, they're right here. Said that Connell was kind of zoning out and doing it kind of like a weird way.
Yeah, Ander will step up to him, take a look at him, and try and tap into the Zadok subprocessor.
So you actually don't have to.
Oh, cool.
You step up to these symbols, and you recognize it as deep speech.
Ah!
Which is a very rare language. Something you really only see in, from what you've heard, it's more or less a mythical language or a language of storybooks and theoretical tales. This is the theorized or mythical alphabet of the world below, the Underdark.
Right. So thinking that was.
Shael'uah interrupted him before he could finish carving whatever it is he wanted to carve. But you do see a word that you vaguely translate as broken hole.
Broken hole.
Hole with a W or
Hole.
Okay.
That's
Just a
odd.
hole.
Broken, fractured, torn, sundered, and whole, absence, surrounded space, passage, gateway, maybe.
I don't think it's going to show anything, but just to cover my bases, detect magic doesn't reveal any kind of magical nature to the. Okay, I didn't think so. I just wanted to. Would hate for that to bite me later when it's easy enough to check. Who'd you say this? That Shael'uah said was writing this?
Connell. He was the guy with the plank.
Oh.
With the piece of wood. That guy.
The one that was trying to bludgeon a ghost to death?
Yeah, him.
Brave. None too smart, but brave.
Clearly.
Yeah. She said he had a knife that was wet, but he threw it back, or she threw it into the ocean. Sea over under somewhere.
Water.
That big puddle over there.
A knife that was wet.
That was wet and rusty, I think. And we're on the sea, so lots of things are wet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's not nearly enough to go on for anything, any kind of check. Yeah. Didn't think so.
Yeah, I fished for it, and then I gave up by throwing the cursed item over the railing.
I approve of what you did there, honestly.
Well. Do I see Connell anywhere on deck at the moment?
Yeah, he's going about his business.
If I turn my gaze with detect magic towards him, anything ping on him?
Let me take a look at detect magic here. And then if I also look here, I'm going to say make a perception check, but instead of using wisdom, use charisma. And it is an eldritch perception.
Okie dokie. Okay, so 6 plus 8.
Okay.
Nice.
You can see a very vague and quickly dispersing aura of enchantment magic, but it's not an active effect. It looks like it was simply powerful enchantment magic that has been bleeding off.
Yeah, curse knife. Now that it's no longer his hand, fading.
We always end up with the cursed places.
Ollie, follow me real quick. Keep an eye on him.
Do you want me to follow you or keep an eye on him?
We're
fair
going to walk up to him.
Okay.
Keep an eye on him. And look for any kind of... I don't know why I'm being secretive about this. I'm going to say that to him in the language it is written in.
Okay.
Look for any signs of recognition on his face.
Sure.
See if he slips at all, gives anything away. I'm assuming, being a religious person, you're somewhat insightful. I don't know, though.
Sure I am.
I don't remember.
You can
I
assume.
mean, yeah. Tali's got good insight, so.
So yeah, Andrew's gonna walk up to him and, as a question, for like, what's that? Like, broken hole?
Okay.
In deep speech.
Yeah. Now, deep speech is an entirely alien language. It sounds weird. You actually have to practice saying it yourself on the walk over there a couple times, and probably don't get it exactly right the first time or the time you mean to say it, but close enough. It just requires a very different facial mouth movement to create the sounds. Something you're entirely capable of, just not sounds you're used to making in Genavian Common. And he just sort of looks at you like, what?
Oh, sorry.
Tali, he sincerely looks confused and irritated.
Sorry, had a frog in my throat. I heard that my companion misplaced your knife.
Right.
I just wanted to apologize for that, and I'll hand over a gold piece. I should cover buying a new one when we land.
Sure, fine. You guys are getting off when we land, right?
Yes.
All right, fine.
I do apologize for that. I'm sorry if it had any kind of emotional significance. Where did you find it?
Had it for a while. Picked it up, I don't know, a couple years back.
Did you buy it somewhere?
Yeah. Yeah, one of the port towns. I don't know, somewhere we might have been in Osta at that point.
Osa?
It was a piece of crap. I knew it was a piece of crap. It was just a knife, but I don't like people taking my stuff.
I understand completely. As I said, very sorry. She's not used to dealing with people.
Right, clearly.
Bit of an anti-personal or antisocial personality, I suppose. But as I said, hopefully you can pick up a better one in Sunket, and we'll be out of your hair.
Right, just keep an eye on her. She's weird.
We'll do.
Very brave of you to try to fight a ghost.
Right? Thanks.
And yeah,
showed that bastard what for.
Yeah. Jay, your help.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll fight for my crew. Don't step to us. Bronze back for life.
Yeah.
Did he just get picked up in port?
No, he's one of the originals.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Good. It's still kind of like,
I like this guy.
Okay. So yeah, I think Andrew's going to make the inference that picked up some kind of weird cursed object somewhere, or it was made out of something that was cursed, and probably like every so often on deck, just kind of do the same, detect magic on him, and make sure that whatever aura was there is still dissipating or dissipated.
Yeah, a couple hours go by and it's gone.
Cool.
But you would know, for it to leave an aura at all, and for it to take a few hours to dissipate, it was very strong.
Yes, but at this point, I'm guessing we're well past where that knife was chucked overboard.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's gone.
Yep.
Maybe some fish will pick it up and start carving into the sand or something underwater.
A lot of good that'll do.
Okay, leaving that mystery down in the depths of the Altemian Sea.
And I was actually going to say, once again, not expecting anything, but just to cover his bases, Ander is going to do a sweep of the ship and make sure that knife didn't do some kind of weird, you chuck it overboard and it just appears somewhere else. Because I'm assuming anything that... Okay. I was assuming anything that powerful would be visual, but god damn it.
You see nothing.
Yeah, fine.
Everything looks normal.
You turn around to go and investigate, and you forget exactly where in the ship you are. You turn around and immediately walk into the main mast. Shit.
Man, even when it's not a dex roll, he's walking into things.
Hey, Andrew, there's a mast there. I don't know if you knew that.
Thank you, Telly. So, the intention was for that to be walk around with detect magic and look for any signs.
Even
I'm
with
assuming
detect
it would be.
magic, you don't see anything.
I'm assuming it would also be probably the same role to look for any other carvings on the ship.
I'll call it a different investigation roll because you are looking for something
Okay.
different. I'll be nice there.
Help.
Hopefully this will
Sure,
do
you can help.
better. Are you
my
shitting
God.
me?
Wait, but if I'm helping, wouldn't he get advantage? Right?
So
Two
Ander,
nat ones in a row is the roll 20 curse, my friend.
yeah. So Ander, you spend a good few hours rummaging through the ship trying to find something. You don't find anything at all, and you're like, okay, if we can't find the item, let's look for more evidence. And you go back upstairs and you start looking around, and you're wandering through the top of the deck and you're looking all over the place, and eventually you turn and your leg gets tangled in a piece of rope and you again once more fall face forward into the same mast.
Are you okay?
The mast is still there, and it doesn't go anywhere. Really
It's like Andrew just now has a bruise on his forehead from where he's hit it twice.
Would he not get advantage though for me helping?
You
or
would
is
get
that just
advantage, yes.
like-
You come over to Ander, remind him that the mast is still there, and potentially point him in a more appropriate direction.
I'm afraid at this point.
Do it!
You give me another natural one, I'm
do
throwing
it.
both of you off the ship. A Kraken's
No,
gonna come up and
me?
scoop you all up.
We need them, no!
Okay, that's better.
He rolled
Okay.
the total of both of his previous rolls.
It's ridiculous. So between the two of you, you spend, again, a few hours looking over this ship, and you don't find any evidence of any additional deep speech carvings.
All right. I was just curious anyway.
Oh, that was funny.
Curiosity killed the Ander, apparently.
Just gave him a
The
mild
satisfaction brought him
concussion.
back.
You're not dead.
Okay, so to wrap this up, I would like everybody to roll me a d20. Not a
please
d20,
no.
a d6.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. That's
Oh,
yeah,
one. Oh, 2 1s.
Oh, frick!
6s.
and 2 6s.
Okay.
Not that we have any idea what that means.
Nope, those 6s could be terrible.
They would be after I. Okay, I rolled the ones, so that was bad. Now I'm gonna roll high, and that's gonna be bad.
Yeah. Well, I rolled a 6 right there with you, so.
At least I can take you down with me.
This is just to determine how long the journey is going to take from here.
Oh.
So it evened out.
Yeah. So the time you lost from negative headwinds, you gain back from positive tailwinds.
Which is the 2.
Yeah, that Sevki's little
the,
2.
He is the tiebreaker.
Yes, and the 2 actually is calm weather, which doesn't affect one way or another.
I'm gonna say that's kind of
Unless
doldrums
we
weather.
use wind spells to just speed us along.
Oh, that'll get you a little ways.
Not enough to make up for a whole day's
wow,
worth of problem. Okay. So
We
you
get
lose
there
2 days,
eventually.
you gain 2 days, and otherwise it's easy sailing. So you spend the next you spend the next 7 days at sea. Or throughout this time, it has been 7 days since the ghost attack, since the specter attack, and in that time, these shenanigans happened. At which point, at night, actually, you realize just above the horizon, you can see a bright light.
Oh boy. Like
the 32nd of Weedom, or are we in the new month now?
Narrative stuff going on. What's the date?
I like
It
to have my
is-
notes.
I know, it's just funny.
It is the 1st of Raltha.
Ooh.
We're
So
all
if you have anybody you would like to punch in the face, you may do so now.
Oh.
Hmm.
Who do I want to punch in the? Because I want to participate. Who do I want to punch
Ooh.
in the face?
Okay.
Oh no.
So for anybody following along, each one of my months is named after a deity because it's the amount of time it takes for the god Nebula to move across the night sky. Raltha is the Lady of Scorn, the Lady of Vengeance, and on the 1st of every
That's a
month
problem.
is a holiday dedicated entirely to the worship and practice and faith of that deity. Yes, the Mother of Scorn holds domain over vengeance, exaggerations, and rage. So on Raltha Talia, it is customary to take minor revenge against people who have wronged you. Mostly it's just walking up and punching somebody in the face, or I mean, there's definitely you still have to play by the laws of society, which are a little bit more laxed on Raltha Talia, but you don't get to kill people, you don't get to do all it's not the purge. But it's a day when you tell people off for being pricks. You punch them in the face. You get into a scuffle. If they stole a cow, you might steal one of their goats or something. It's whatever it comes down to. So anyway, on the 1st of Raltha, if there is anybody who you felt has wronged you significantly in this past year and would like to exert some sort of retribution within reason, you may do so. Shael'uah apparently is not responsible for the actions of her badger.
I don't believe Shael'uah's badger would understand a holiday.
And you can smack Krushka to your own discretion.
No.
Wow,
not what I'm
that's
referring
Animal
to.
abuse.
I was gonna say that doesn't sound absolutely terrible.
Do not do animal abuse here. Am I mad at? I don't know if Talia has issues with anybody. Man, that sucks.
I mean, this is Tali. The only
Yeah.
Okay, there's
it's one of those. It's like Akila's probably eyeing Ander for a little bit, but
it's
doesn't.
probably eyeing Sevgi for shooting a lightning bolt through him.
Not even crossed my mind, actually.
Yeah, I didn't think about that one either.
Okay.
Because unfortunately, the person that she'd really like to hit is not here.
I can't.
Which one was that?
Happy, buddy.
You punch an old lady.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Would totally punch that old lady.
What's her name? I forgot her name.
Stavika.
Davika. Right. Yeah.
So anyway, this
punching old
derailed.
lady.
This derailed what was going on.
Alright.
Let's wrap this up because it is 7 o'clock, and we will be picking up the next time we play. We can pick up on the 1st.
The sailor come throw a punch at or whatever his name is, come throw a punch at Shael'uah.
He doesn't hit girls.
Or did I-
remember?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. True.
So this evening, you notice a light off in the distance, and you watch it for just a little bit, and it dims, and then it brightens,
Lighthouse?
and then it
The
dims,
lighthouse?
and it brightens, and it dims,
Yeah,
and
lighthouse.
brightens,
Yeah.
dims, and brightens, dims, and brightens.
I go to Eve and say, "Is that it? That sunk it?"
Aye. Land ho.
I'll say, as Akila's probably right at the front of the ship, just sort of staring out at it.
It'll take another day to get there, but we're in sight now. And we will continue sailing throughout the night towards this lighthouse. The morning will come, and soon you will be approaching the city of Sanket. Eventually, there's not much coastline to be seen. There's not much to see. Very flat area until you get to the Jublia Rock, the mountain range that, in fact, Aquila is from. But you can't see that from this far away. Otherwise, it's
she knows it's there.
real flat. So you don't have much of a coastline to look at until you get to the point where you can see the very shallow cityscape of Sanket. There's probably only a few buildings that rise more than 3 stories tall, but it is a very wide, sprawling city. And you can see that there are actually walls that stick up from the water. And you can see there's walls that are placed in front of the coastline, and then more walls, probably a good few hundred feet away, that line around the port. So you'd have to sail into a walled port to get into the town. But there are a few buildings that you can see that do stretch above these walls from this distance. Other than that, you can see a large stone lighthouse that has a bright shining and every now and then dimming and illuminating crystal up there.
Tali does request to be the one to yell land ho whenever it's time.
Okay.
I mean, if we can see it, then you should have already done it.
Okay.
So, I mean, you went up and you asked...
Land ho?
Yeah. You went up and you asked Iba, is that song Ken? She said, aye, land ho. And Tali immediately, land ho!
Yeah,
that
sounds right.
There is a almost begrudging celebration from the crew, who just immediately go back to sailing their way towards land. Some of the newer crew that are left are more excited than the veterans who have been on this journey a few different times. Okay.
Not this journey. Never this journey.
Not this journey, actually. Never before, or very rarely before, straight through the deepest part of the Altemian Sea. But Sanket is in sight. A gleaming city, if only for the heat. Probably a bit of polished metal up there, whether it be gold or bronze or whatnot. But you can see, just looking into the horizon, the waviness of the city, as it is quite hot. Summer in Sanket.
Oh, we equatorial line?
No, we're just closest to the giant magma fields of death.
Well, he said summer. That was why I was asking, because it was
Mordor?
like fall before.
A giant magma fields sound pretty fun, so.
No, they don't.
What?
I mean, yeah, actually, it is early fall, but it's still super hot because, yes, you are much closer to the equator.
Huh.
And the smoldering expanse.
And the smoldering expanse, which is,
Somewhat random question for you, Jack, because I thought about it when you were talking about light above the horizon. The last shooting star Andrew saw was during that one holiday with the lantern thing at night, right? Like there was a big lantern in the Duepon Square, I think.
The moon?
Yes, I think that was it.
Yeah, the moon one.
Yeah, the singing to the...
Mine, yeah. wanna say Mine
there
Tali,
have
that's
been
probably not it.
shooting stars. There have been shooting stars since. Whether
Oh,
you
okay.
have seen them or not, I know the first night you spent down in the hold of the ship, there was a shooting star, but you weren't up to see it.
Ah,
Fair.
Yes.
I like how you actually have them like scheduled out like that.
Uh-huh.
Of course he does. I'd be way more surprised if he didn't.
Yeah, fair. Okay, I was just trying to think. So the last one Andrew saw was probably that festival, which was how long ago?
A while.
a long time ago, if that's the if that was the Night of Songs, then a long time ago.
Yeah, because that's like the first new moon of the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
So back at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
A while ago.
At least that's the last one that was pointed out.
Mm-hmm. I think part of it was just because it happened on that night.
Well, for a while there, the frequency seemed to be higher.
I mean, that's over 200 days ago. More than half a year ago. But there have been multiple shooting stars since then. I just think every time they happen, you're in a position that I don't bring it up.
Okay.
Okay. So with the sweltering, gleaming city of Sanket in the quickly approaching distance, your nautical adventure will soon be coming to an end. Land has been sighted. The crew will spend their time, tacking up to get into the bay, into the harbor, and we will pick up not next week, unfortunately, but most likely the week after that to begin our new chapter of this story.
Beginning with a gentleman's club.
And a gentleman's club. Yes, a gentleman club for gentlemen in Sanket.
But we were all invited. We're not all gentlemen.
Invited. Yeah.
Gentle people.
And fortunately,
I don't think any of us are technically gentlemen.
And fortunately, Haki-Ebe survived.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to wrap up here, and that means an after show in just a little bit, which you can find over on our Patreon page. If you like what we're doing and you want to see more of it, you want to support the channel and help our channel grow into new and exciting programs to come, please head over there, and for just a little bit every month, you get your own Patreon rewards, including but not limited to the after shows that we do here, and it would really help out the channel because I have a lot of cool things planned. I just need to know that people want it. You can also hang out with us over on Twitter and on Discord. We have our own Discord channel. Both are linked below down in the cards. And head down to the schedule page as well and see when we're going to be on next and what we're doing, because I do stuff throughout pretty much the entire week. Anyway, we're going to wrap up there. I have some things to say about today's episode. I knew I wanted to wrap up getting to Sanket, and I think we did a good job of it not feeling unreasonable that we made it to Sanket today.
It was good pacing.
So I'd say overall it was a successful episode. But if you want to hear more about that, head over to Patreon and check out our after show. So with that, thank you for watching. I don't think we have any additional announcements from myself or anybody else. Again, not going to be here next Saturday, and I'll keep you posted as to what we are doing, if anything, next Saturday and the week prior. But yeah, just keep an eye on Discord and Twitter. So as always, it is a crazy world out there, only getting crazier day by day, so please stay safe, stay sane, stay healthy, and whenever you can, head down to your local farmer's market, or perhaps a nice organic grocery store, and make sure to pick up a whole bushel of heart tomatoes. Everybody take care. Everybody have a good week.
Bye.
Bye.